late lyrics and earlier, with many other verses **** transcribed from the 1922 Macmillan and Company edition by David Price. Email ccx074@pglaf.org. Late lyrics and earlier with many other verses by Thomas Hardy Macmillan & Co., Limited, St Martin's Street, London 1922. Copyright printed in Great Britain. Apology: about half the verses that follow were written quite lately. The rest are older, having been held over in MS when past volumes were published, on considering that these would contain a sufficient number of pages to offer readers at one time, more especially during the distractions of the war. The unusually far back poems to be found here are, however, but some that were overlooked in gathering previous collections. A freshness in them, now unattainable, seemed to make up for their inexperience and to justify their inclusion. A few are dated, the dates of others are not discoverable. The launching of a volume of this kind in Neo-Georgian days by one who began writing in mid-Victorian, and has published nothing to speak of for some years, may seem to call for a few words of excuse or explanation. Whether or no, readers may feel assured that a new book is submitted to them with great hesitation at so belated a date. Insistent practical reasons, however, among which were requests from some illustrious men of letters who are in sympathy with my productions, the accident that several of the poems have already seen the light, and that dozens of them have been lying about for years, compelled the course adopted, in spite of the natural disinclination of a writer whose works have been so frequently regarded askance by a pragmatic section here and there, to draw attention to them once more. I do not know that it is necessary to say much on the contents of the book, even in deference to suggestions that will be mentioned presently. I believe that those readers who care for my poems at all, readers to whom no passport is required, will care for this new installment of them, perhaps the last, as much as for any that have preceded them. Moreover, in the eyes of a less friendly class the pieces, though a very mixed collection indeed, contain, so far as I am able to see, little or nothing in technique or teaching that can be considered a star-chamber matter, or so much as agitating to a ladies' school, even though, to use Wordsworth's observation in his preface to Lyrical Ballads, such readers may suppose that by the act of writing in verse an author makes a formal engagement that he will gratify certain known habits of association, that he not only thus apprises the reader that certain classes of ideas and expressions will be found in his book, but that others will be carefully excluded. It is true, nevertheless, that some grave, positive, stark delineations are interspersed among those of the passive, lighter, and traditional sort, presumably nearer to stereotyped tastes. For, while I am quite aware that a thinker is not expected, and, indeed, is scarcely allowed, now more than heretofore, to state all that crosses his mind concerning existence in this universe, in his attempts to explain or excuse the presence of evil and the incongruity of penalizing the irresponsible, it must be obvious to open intelligences that, without denying the beauty and faithful service of certain venerable cults, such disallowance of obstinate questionings and blank misgivings tends to a paralyzed intellectual stalemate. Heine observed nearly 100 years ago that the soul has her eternal rights, that she will not be darkened by statutes, nor lullabied by the music of bells. And what is today, in allusions to the present author's pages, alleged to be pessimism is, in truth, only such questionings in the exploration of reality, and is the first step towards the soul's betterment, and the body's also. If I may be forgiven for quoting my own old words, let me repeat what I printed in this relation more than 20 years ago, and wrote much earlier, in a poem entitled In Tenebrae. If way to the better there be, it exacts a full look at the worst, that is to say, by the exploration of reality, and its frank recognition stage by stage along the survey, with an eye to the best consummation possible, briefly, evolutionary meliorism. But it is called pessimism nevertheless, under which word, expressed with condemnatory emphasis, it is regarded by many as some pernicious new thing, though so old as to underlie the Christian idea, and even to permeate the Greek drama, and the subject is charitably left to decent silence, as if further comment were needless. Happily there are some who feel such levitical passing by to be, alas, by no means a permanent dismissal of the matter, that comment on where the world stands is very much the reverse of needless in these disordered years of our prematurely afflicted century, that amendment and not madness lies that way. And looking down the future these few hold fast to the same, that whether the human and kindred animal races survive till the exhaustion or destruction of the globe, or whether these races perish and are succeeded by others before that conclusion comes, pain to all upon it, tongued or dumb, shall be kept down to a minimum by loving kindness, operating through scientific knowledge, and actuated by the modicum of free will conjecturally possessed by organic life when the mighty necessitating forces, unconscious or other, that have the balancings of the clouds happen to be in equilibrium, which may or may not be often. To conclude this question I may add that the argument of the so-called optimists is neatly summarized in a stern pronouncement against me by my friend Mr. Frederick Harrison in a late essay of his, in the words, "This view of life is not mine." The solemn declaration does not seem to me to be so annihilating to the said view, really a series of fugitive impressions which I have never tried to coordinate, as is complacently assumed. Surely it embodies a too human fallacy quite familiar in logic. Next, a knowing reviewer, apparently a Roman Catholic young man, speaks, with some rather gross instances of the suggestio falsi in his article, of Mr. Hardy refusing consolation, the dark gravity of his ideas, and so on. When a positivist and a Catholic agree there must be something wonderful in it, which should make a poet sit up. But, oh that 'twere possible! I would not have alluded in this place or anywhere else to such casual personal criticisms, for casual and unreflecting they must be, but for the satisfaction of 2 or 3 friends in whose opinion a short answer was deemed desirable, on account of the continual repetition of these criticisms, or more precisely, quizzings. After all, the serious and truly literary inquiry in this connection is, should a shaper of such stuff as dreams are made on disregard considerations of what is customary and expected, and apply himself to the real function of poetry, the application of ideas to life, in Matthew Arnold's familiar phrase. This bears more particularly on what has been called the philosophy of these poems, usually reproved as queer. Whoever the author may be that undertakes such application of ideas in this philosophic direction, where it is specially required, glacial judgments must inevitably fall upon him amid opinion whose arbiters largely decry individuality, to whom ideas are oddities to smile at, who are moved by a yearning the reverse of that of the Athenian inquirers on Mars Hill, and stiffen their features not only at sound of a new thing, but at a restatement of old things in new terms. Hence should anything of this sort in the following adumbrations seem queer, should any of them seem to good Panglossians to embody strange and disrespectful conceptions of this best of all possible worlds, I apologize, but cannot help it. Such divergences, which, though piquant for the nonce, it would be affectation to say are not saddening and discouraging likewise, may, to be sure, arise sometimes from superficial aspect only, writer and reader seeing the same thing at different angles. But in palpable cases of divergence they arise, as already said, whenever a serious effort is made towards that which the authority I have cited, who would now be called old-fashioned, possibly even parochial, affirmed to be what no good critic could deny as the poet's province, the application of ideas to life. One might shrewdly guess, by the by, that in such recommendation the famous writer may have overlooked the cold-shouldering results upon an enthusiastic disciple that would be pretty certain to follow his putting the high aim in practice, and have forgotten the disconcerting experience of Gil Blas with the Archbishop. To add a few more words to what has already taken up too many, there is a contingency liable to miscellanies of verse that I have never seen mentioned, so far as I can remember. I mean the chance little shocks that may be caused over a book of various character like the present and its predecessors by the juxtaposition of unrelated, even discordant, effusions, poems perhaps years apart in the making, yet facing each other. An odd result of this has been that dramatic anecdotes of a satirical and humorous intention, such, for example, as royal sponsors, following verse in graver voice, have been read as misfires because they raise the smile that they were intended to raise, the journalist, deaf to the sudden change of key, being unconscious that he is laughing with the author and not at him. I admit that I did not foresee such contingencies as I ought to have done, and that people might not perceive when the tone altered. But the difficulties of arranging the themes in a graduated kinship of moods would have been so great that irrelation was almost unavoidable with efforts so diverse. I must trust for right note-catching to those finely touched spirits who can divine without half a whisper, whose intuitiveness is proof against all the accidents of inconsequence. In respect of the less alert, however, should anyone's train of thought be thrown out of gear by a consecutive piping of vocal reeds in jarring tonics, without a semiquaver's rest between, and be led thereby to miss the writer's aim and meaning in one out of two contiguous compositions, I shall deeply regret it. Having at last, I think, finished with the personal points that I was recommended to notice, I will forsake the immediate object of this preface, and, leaving late lyrics to whatever fate it deserves, digress for a few moments to more general considerations. The thoughts of any man of letters concerned to keep poetry alive cannot but run uncomfortably on the precarious prospects of English verse at the present day. Verily the hazards and casualties surrounding the birth and setting forth of almost every modern creation in numbers are ominously like those of one of Shelley's paper boats on a windy lake. And a forward conjecture scarcely permits the hope of a better time, unless men's tendencies should change. So indeed of all art, literature, and high thinking nowadays. Whether owing to the barbarizing of taste in the younger minds by the dark madness of the late war, the unabashed cultivation of selfishness in all classes, the plethoric growth of knowledge simultaneously with the stunting of wisdom, a degrading thirst after outrageous stimulation, to quote Wordsworth again, or from any other cause, we seem threatened with a new dark age. I formerly thought, like so many roughly handled writers, that so far as literature was concerned a partial cause might be impotent or mischievous criticism, the satirizing of individuality, the lack of whole-seeing in contemporary estimates of poetry and kindred work, the knowingness affected by junior reviewers, the overgrowth of meticulousness in their peerings for an opinion, as if it were a cultivated habit in them to scrutinize the tool marks and be blind to the building, to hearken for the key creaks and be deaf to the diapason, to judge the landscape by a nocturnal exploration with a flash lantern. In other words, to carry on the old game of sampling the poem or drama by quoting the worst line or worst passage only, in ignorance or not of Coleridge's proof that a versification of any length neither can be nor ought to be all poetry, of reading meanings into a book that its author never dreamt of writing there. I might go on interminably. But I do not now think any such temporary obstructions to be the cause of the hazard, for these negligences and ignorances, though they may have stifled a few true poets in the run of generations, disperse like stricken leaves before the wind of next week, and are no more heard of again in the region of letters than their writers themselves. No. We may be convinced that something of the deeper sort mentioned must be the cause. In any event poetry, pure literature in general, religion, I include religion because poetry and religion touch each other, or rather modulate into each other, are, indeed, often but different names for the same thing. These, I say, the visible signs of mental and emotional life, must like all other things keep moving, becoming, even though at present, when belief in witches of Endor is displacing the Darwinian theory and the truth that shall make you free, men's minds appear, as above noted, to be moving backwards rather than on. I speak, of course, somewhat sweepingly, and should except many isolated minds, also the minds of men in certain worthy but small bodies of various denominations, and perhaps in the homely quarter where advance might have been the very least expected a few years back, the English Church, if one reads it rightly as showing evidence of removing those things that are shaken in accordance with the wise epistolary recommendation to the Hebrews. For since the historic and once august hierarchy of Rome some generation ago lost its chance of being the religion of the future by doing otherwise, and throwing over the little band of neo-Catholics who were making a struggle for continuity by applying the principle of evolution to their own faith, joining hands with modern science, and outflanking the hesitating English instinct towards liturgical reform, a flank march which I at the time quite expected to witness, with the gathering of many millions of waiting agnostics into its fold. Since then, one may ask, what other purely English establishment than the Church, of sufficient dignity and footing, and with such strength of old association, such architectural spell, is left in this country to keep the shreds of morality together? It may be a forlorn hope, a mere dream, that of an alliance between religion, which must be retained unless the world is to perish, and complete rationality, which must come, unless also the world is to perish, by means of the interfusing effect of poetry, the breath and finer spirit of all knowledge, the impassioned expression of science as it was defined by an English poet who was quite orthodox in his ideas. But if it be true, as Comte argued, that advance is never in a straight line, but in a looped orbit, we may, in the aforesaid ominous moving backward, be doing it pour mieux sortir, drawing back for a spring. I repeat that I forlornly hope so, notwithstanding the supercilious regard of hope by Schopenhauer, von Hartmann, and other philosophers down to Einstein who have my respect. But one dares not prophesy. Physical, chronological, and other contingencies keep me in these days from critical studies and literary circles where once we held debate, a band of youthful friends, on mind and art, if one may quote Tennyson in this century of free verse. Hence I cannot know how things are going so well as I used to know them, and the aforesaid limitations must quite prevent my knowing henceforward. I have to thank the editors and owners of the Times, Fortnightly, Mercury, and other periodicals in which a few of the poems have appeared for kindly assenting to their being reclaimed for collected publication. Th. February 1922. Contents page Apology v Weathers 1 The Maid of Keenton Mandeville 3 Summer Schemes 5 Episodia 6 Feign 13 A Railway Train 8 At Moonrees and Onwards 9 The Garden Seat 11 Bartholomew at Vauxhall 12 I sometimes think 14 Jezreel 15 A Jogtrot Pair 17 The curtains now are drawn 19 According to the mighty working 21 I was not he 22 The West of Wessex Girl 23 Welcome Home 25 Going and Staying 26 Read by Moonlight 27 At a House in Hampstead 28 A Woman's Fancy 30 Her Song 33 A Wet August 35 The Dissemblers 36 To a Lady Playing and Singing in the Morning 37 A Man Was Drawing Near to Me 38 The Strange House 40 As 'Twere Tonight 42 The Contretemps 43 A Gentleman's Epitaph on Himself and a Lady 46 The Old Gown 48 A Night in November 50 A Duettist to Her Piano 40 51 Where Three Roads Joined 53 And There Was a Great Calm 55 Haunting Fingers 59 The Woman I Met 63 If It's Ever Spring Again 67 The Two Houses 68 On Stinsford Hill at Midnight 72 The Fallow Deer at the Lonely House 74 The Self-Same Song 75 The Wanderer 76 A Wife Comes Back 78 A Young Man's Exhortation 81 At Lulworth Cove A Century Back 83 A Bygone Occasion 85 Two Serenades 86 The Wedding Morning 89 End of the Year 1912 90 The Chimes Play Life's a Bumper 91 I worked no while to meet you 93 At the railway station, Upway 95 Side by Side 96 Dream of the City Shopwoman 98 A Maiden's Pledge 100 The Child and the Sage 101 Miss Met 103 An Autumn Rain Scene 105 Meditations on a Holiday 107 An Experience 111 The Beauty 113 The Collector Cleans His Picture 114 The Wood Fire 117 Saying Goodbye 119 On the tune called The Old 104th 121 The Opportunity 123 Evelyn G. of Christminster 124 The Rift 126 Voices from Things Growing 127 On the Way 130 She Did Not Turn 132 Growth in May 133 The Children and Sir Nameless 134 At the Royal Academy 136 Her Temple 138 A 2-Year's Idol 139 By Henstridge Cross at the Year's End 141 Penance 143 I Look in Her Face 145 After the War 146 If You Had Known 148 The Chapel Organist 150 Fetching Her 157 Could I But Will 159 She Revisits Alone the Church of Her Marriage 161 At the Entering of the New Year 163 They Would Not Come 165 After a Romantic Day 167 The Two Wives 168 I Knew a Lady 170 A House with a History 171 A Procession of Dead Days 173 He Follows Himself 176 The Singing Woman 178 Without Not Within Her 179 Oh I Won't Lead a Homely Life 180 In the Small Hours 181 The Little Old Table 183 Vag Hollow 184 The Dream Is, which 186 The Country Wedding 187 First or Last 190 Lonely Days 191 What Did It Mean? 194 At the Dinner Table 196 The Marble Tablet 198 The Master and the Leaves 199 Last Words to a Dumb Friend 201 A Drizzling Easter Morning 204 On One Who Lived and Died Where He Was Born 205 The Second Night 207 She Who Saw Not 210 The Old Workman 212 The Sailor's Mother 214 Outside the Casement 216 The Passerby 218 I Was the Midmost 220 A Sound in the Night 221 On a Discovered Curl of Hair 226 An Old Likeness 227 Her Apotheosis 229 Sacred to the Memory 230 To a Well-Named Dwelling 231 The Whipper in 232 a military appointment 234 the milestone by the rabbit burrow 236 the lament of the looking glass 237 cross currents 238 the old neighbor and the new 240 the chosen 241 the inscription 244 the marble street town 251 a woman driving 252 a woman's trust 254 best times 256 the casual acquaintance 258 intrasepulchrum 260 the whitewashed wall 262 just the same 264 the last time 265 the 7 times 266 the sun's last look on the country girl 269 in a London flat 270 drawing details in an old church 272 Raquel Muses 273 the color 277 murmurs in the gloom 279 epitaph 281 an ancient to ancients 282 after reading Psalms 6 XL 285 serve you 287 weather's eye this is the weather the cuckoo likes, and so do I, when showers betumble the chestnut spikes, and nestlings fly, and the little brown nightingale bills his best, and they sit outside at the traveller's rest and maids come forth sprig muslin dressed, and citizens dream of the south and west. And so do I too this is the weather the shepherd shuns, and so do I, when beeches drip in browns and duns, and thresh, and ply, and hill-hid tides throb, throw on throw, and meadow rivulets overflow, and drops on gate bars hang in a row, and rooks in families homeward go, and so do I the maid of Keinton Mandeville. A tribute to Sir H. Bishop, I hear that maiden still of Keinton Mandeville singing, in flights that played as wind wafts through us all, till they made our mood a thrall to their airy rise and fall, should he upbraid. Rose-necked, in sky-grey gown, from a stage in Stour town did she sing, and singing smile as she blent that dexterous voice with the ditty of her choice, and banished our annoys their ohile. One with such song had power to wing the heaviest hour of him who housed with her. Who did I never knew when her spouse estate ondrew, and her warble flung its woo in his ear. Ah, she's a beldame now, time-trenched on cheek and brow, whom I once heard as a maid from Keinton Mandeville of matchless scope and skill sing, with smile and swell and trill, should he upbraid. 1915 or 1916. Summer schemes when friendly summer calls again her little fifers to these hills, we'll go, we two, to that arched fane of leafage where they prime their bills before they start to flood the plain with quavers, minims, shakes, and trills. We'll go I sing, but who shall say what may not chance before that day? And we shall see the waters spring from chinks the scrubby copse's crown, and we shall trace their on creeping to where the cascade tumbles down and sends the bobbing growths a-swing, and ferns not quite but almost drown. We shall I say, but who may sing of what another moon will bring? Episodie I passed the hills that peep where the leas is smiling, on and on beguiling crisply cropping sheep, under boughs of brushwood linking tree and tree in a shade of lush wood, there caressed we. too hemmed by city walls that outshut the sunlight, in a foggy dunlight, where the footstep falls with a pit-pat wearisome in its cadency on the flagstones drearisome there pressed we. Three wherein wild-winged crowds blown birds show their whiteness up against the lightness of the clammy clouds, by the random river pushing to the sea, under bents that quiver there rest we. Fain 13 a railway train at 9 in the morning there passed a church, at 10 there passed me by the sea, at 12 a town of smoke and smirch, at 2 a forest of oak and birch, and then, on a platform, she, a radiant stranger, who saw not me. I queried, "Get out to her, do I dare?" But I kept my seat in my search for a plea, and the wheels moved on. Oh, could it but be that I had alighted there? At Moonreese and onwards I thought you afire on Heron Plantation Hill, dealing out mischief the most dire to the chattels of men of hire there in their ville. But by and by you turned a yellow-green, like a large glow-worm in the sky, and then I could descry your mood and mien. How well I know your furtive feminine shape! As if reluctantly you show you nude of cloud, and but by favor throw aside its drape. How many a year have you kept pace with me, one woman of the waist up there, behind a hedge, or the bare bough of a tree? No novelty are you, O lady of all my time, veering unbid into my view whether I near death's mew, or life's top come. The garden seat its former green is blue and thin, and its once firm legs sink in and in. Soon it will break down unaware, soon it will break down unaware. At night when reddest flowers are black those who once sat thereon come back, quite a row of them sitting there, quite a row of them sitting there. With them the seat does not break down, nor winter freeze them, nor floods drown, for they are as light as upper air, they are as light as upper air. Bartholomew at Vauxhall François Hippolyte Bartholomew, first fiddler at Vauxhall Gardens, composed what was probably the most popular morning hymn tune ever written. It was formerly sung, full-voiced, every Sunday in most churches, to Bishop Ken's words, but is now seldom heard. He said, "Awake my soul," and with the sun, and paused upon the bridge, his eyes due east, where was emerging like a full-robed priest the irradiate globe that vouched the dark as done. It lit his face, the weary face of one who in the adjacent gardens charged his string, nightly, with many a tuneful tender thing, till stars were weak, and dancing hours outrun. And then were threads of matin music spun in trial tones as he pursued his way. "This is a morn," he murmured, "well begun, this strain to Ken will count when I am clay." And count it did, till, caught by echoing lyres, it spread to galleried naves and mighty choirs. I sometimes think, for Feh. I sometimes think as here I sit of things I have done, which seemed in doing not unfit to face the sun, yet never a soul has paused a whit on such, not one. There was that eager strenuous press to sow good seed, there was that saving from distress in the nick of need, there were those words in the wilderness, who cared to heed? Yet can this be full true, or no? For one did care, and, spiriting into my house, to, fro, like wind on the stair, cares still, heeds all, and will, even though I may despair. Jezreel on its seizure by the English under Allenby, September 1918 did they catch as it were in a vision at shut of the day, when their cavalry smote through the ancient Isdraelan plain, and they crossed where the Tishbite stood forth in his enemy's way, his gaunt mournful shade as he bade the king haste off amain. On war men at this end of time, even on Englishmen's eyes, who slay with their arms of new might in that long ago place, flashed he who drove furiously. Ah, did the phantom arise of that queen, of that proud Tyrian woman who painted her face? Faintly marked they the words throw her down, rise from night eerily, spectre spots of the blood of her body on some rotten wall. And the thin note of pity that came, a king's daughter is she as they passed where she trodden was once by the charger's footfall. Could such be the hauntings of men of today, at the cease of pursuit, at the dusk hour, ere slumber their senses could seal? Ing-hosted seers, kings, one on horseback who asked is it peace? Yet, strange things and spectral may men have beheld in Jezreel. The 24th of September, 1918. A jog-trot pair who were the twain that trod this track so many times together hither and back, in spells of certain and uncertain weather. Commonplace in conduct they who wandered to and fro here day by day, too that few dwellers troubled themselves to know here. The very gravel path was prim that daily they would follow, borders trim, never a wayward sprout, or hump, or hollow. Trite usages in tamest style had tended to their plighting. It's just worthwhile, perhaps they had said, and saves much sad good-nighting. And petty seemed the happenings that ministered to their joyance, simple things, onerous to satiate souls, increased their buoyance. Who could those common people be, of days the plainest, barest? They were we, yes, happier than the cleverest, smartest, rarest. The curtains now are drawn, song, the curtains now are drawn, and the spindrift strikes the glass, blown up the jagged pass by the surly-souled Sioux west, and the sneering glare is gone behind the yonder crest, while she sings to me, oh the dream that thou art my love, be it thine, and the dream that I am thy love, be it mine, and death may come, but loving is divine. I stand here in the rain, with its smite upon her stone, and the grasses that have grown over women, children, men, and their texts that life is vain, but I hear the notes as when once she sang to me, oh the dream that thou art my love, be it thine, and the dream that I am thy love, be it mine, and death may come, but loving is divine. 1913 According to the mighty working eye when whirling seems at cease in the vague void of night time, and heaven's wide rumage stormless between the dusk and light time, and fear at last is formless, we call the allurement peace. To peace, this hid riot, change, this revel of quick-cued mumming, this never truly being, this evermore becoming, this spinner's wheel on fleeing outside perception's range. 1917 I was not he, song, I was not he, the man who used to pilgrim to your gate, at whose smart step you grew elate, and rose, as maidens can, for a brief span. It was not I who sang beside the keys you touched so true with note-bent eyes, as if with you it counted not whence sprang the voice that rang. Yet though my destiny it was to miss your early sweet, you still, when turned to you my feet, had sweet enough to be a prize for me. The west of Wessex girl, a very west of Wessex girl, as blithe could be, was once well known to me, and she would laud her native town, and hope that we might sometime study up and down its charms in company. But never I squired my Wessex girl in jaunts to Hoe or street when hearts were high in beat, nor saw her in the marbled ways where market people meet that in her bounding early days were friendly with her feet. Yet now my west of Wessex girl, when midnight hammers slow from Andrews, blow by blow, as phantom draws me by the hand to the place, Plymouth Hoe, where side by side in life, as planned, we never were to go. Begun in Plymouth, March 1913. Welcome home to my native place, bent upon returning, bosom all day burning to be where my race well were known. 'Twas much with me there to dwell in amity. Folk had sought their beds, but I hailed, to view me under the moon. Out to me several pushed their heads, and to each I told my name, plans, and that therefrom I came. Did you? Ah, 'tis true I once heard, back a long time, here had spent his young time, some such man as you. Good night. The casement closed again, and I was left in the frosty lane. Going and staying I the moving sun shapes on the spray, the sparkles where the brook was flowing, pink faces, plightings, moonlit May, these were the things we wished would stay, but they were going. 2 seasons of blankness as of snow, the silent bleed of a world decaying, the moan of multitudes in woe, these were the things we wished would go, but they were staying. 3 Then we looked closelier at time, and saw his ghostly arms revolving to sweep off woeful things with prime, things sinister with things sublime alike dissolving. Read by moonlight I paused to read a letter of hers by the moon's cold shine, eyeing it in the tenderest way, and edging it up to catch each ray upon her light penned line. I did not know what years would flow of her life's span and mine ere I read another letter of hers by the moon's cold shine. I chance now on the last of hers, by the moon's cold shine. It is the one remaining page out of the many shallow and sage whereto she set her sign. Who could foresee there were to be such letters of pain and pine ere I should read this last of hers by the moon's cold shine? At a house in Hampstead sometime the dwelling of John Keats, O poet, come you haunting here where streets have stolen up all around, and never a nightingale pours one full-throated sound. Drawn from your drowse by the 7 famed hills, thought you to find all just the same here shining, as in hours of old, if you but came. What will you do in your surprise at seeing that changes wrought in Rome are wrought yet more on the misty slope one time your home? Will you wake wind wafts on these stairs? Swing the doors open noisily? Show as an umbraged ghost beside your ancient tree? Or will you, softening, the while you further and yet further look, learn that a laggard few would fain preserve your nook? Where the piazza steps incline, and catch late light at Eventide, I once stood, in that Rome, and thought, 'twas here he died. I drew to a violet-sprinkled spot, where day and night a pyramid keeps uplifted its white hand, and said, 'tis there he sleeps. Pleasanter now it is to hold that here, where sung he, more of him remains than where he, tuneless, cold, passed to the dim. July 1920. A woman's fancy, ah madam, you've indeed come back here. 'Twas sad, your husband's so swift death, and you away. You shouldn't have left him, it hastened his last breath. Dame, I am not the lady you think me, I know not her, nor know her name, I've come to lodge here, a friendless woman, my health my only aim. She came, she lodged. Wherever she rambled they held her as no other than the lady named, and told how her husband had died a forsaken man. So often did they call her thus wise mistakenly, by that man's name, so much did they declare about him, that his past form and fame grew on her, till she pitied his sorrow as if she truly had been the cause, yet, his deserter, and came to wonder what mould of man he was. Tell me my history, would exclaim she, our history, she said mournfully. But you know, surely, they would answer, much in perplexity. Curious, she crept to his grave one evening, and a second time in the dusk of the morrow, then a third time, with crescent emotion like a bereaved wife's sorrow. No gravestone rose by the rounded hillock, I marvel why this is, she said. He had no kindred, but you near. She set a stone at his head. She learned to dream of him, and told them, in slumber often upreases he, and says, I am joyed that, after all, dear, you've not deserted me. At length died too this kinless woman, as he had died she had grown to crave, and at her dying she besought them to bury her in his grave. Such said, she had paused, until she added, call me by his name on the stone, as I were, first to last, his dearest, not she who left him lone. And this they did. And so it became there that, by the strength of a tender whim, the stranger was she who bore his name there, not she who wedded him. Her song I sang that song on Sunday, to which an idle while, I sang that song on Monday, as fittest to beguile, I sang it as the year outwore, and the new slid in, I thought not what might shape before another would begin. I sang that song in summer, all unforeknowingly, to him as a newcomer from regions strange to me, I sang it when in after years the shades stretched out, and paths were faint, and flocking fears brought cup-eyed care and doubt. Sings he that song on Sundays in some dim land afar, on Saturdays, or Mondays, as when the evening star glimpsed in upon his bending face and my hanging hair, and time untouched me with a trace of soul smart or despair. A wet August 9 drops of water bead the jessamine, and 99 smear the stones and tiles. 'Twas not so in that August, full rayed, fine, when we lived out of doors, sang songs, strode miles. Or was there then no noted radiancy of summer? Were dun clouds, a dribbling bough, gilt over by the light I bore in me, and was the waste world just the same as now? It can have been so, yet, that threatenings of coming down drip on the sunless grey, by the then possibilities in things were wrought more bright than brightest skies today. 1920 The dissemblers it was not you I came to please, only myself flipped she, I like this spot of fantasies, and thought you far from me. But oh, he was the secret spell that led her to the lee. It was not she who shaped my ways, or works, or thoughts, he said. I scarcely marked her living days, or missed her much when dead. But oh, his joyance knew its knell when daisies hid her head. To a lady playing and singing in the morning, joyful lady, sing. And I will lurk here listening, though naught be done, and naught begun, and work hours swift are scurrying. Sing, O lady, still. I will wait each note you trill, though duties due that press to do this whole day long I unfulfill. It is an evening tune, one not designed to waste the noon, you say. I know, time bids me go, for dated passes too soon. But let indulgence be, this once, to my rash ecstasy, when sounds nowhere that carolled ere my idled morn may comfort me. A man was drawing near to me on that grey night of mournful drone, apart from aught to hear, to see. I dreamt not that from shires unknown in gloom, alone, by Halworthy, a man was drawing near to me. I'd no concern at anything, no sense of coming pull-heart play, yet, under the silent outspreading of events wing where Otterham lay, a man was riding up my way. I thought of nobody, not of one, but only of trifles, legends, ghosts, though, on the moorland dim and dun that travellers shun about these coasts, the man had passed tresparet posts. There was no light at all inland, only the seaward pharos fire, nothing to let me understand that hard at hand by Hennett Byre the man was getting nigh and nigher. There was a rumble at the door, a draught disturbed the drapery, and but a minute passed before, with gaze that bore my destiny, the man revealed himself to me. The strange house, Max Gate, AD 2000, I hear the piano playing, just as a ghost might play. Oh, but what are you saying? There's no piano today. Their old one was sold and broken, years past it went amiss. I heard it, or shouldn't have spoken, a strange house, this. I catch some undertone here, from someone out of sight. Impossible, we are alone here, and shall be through the night. The parlour door, what stirred it? No one, no souls in range. But, anyhow, I heard it, and it seems strange. Seek my own room I cannot, a figure is on the stair. What figure? Nay, I scan not any one lingering there. A bough outside is waving, and that's its shade by the moon. Well, all is strange. I am craving strength to leave soon. Ah, maybe you've some vision of showings beyond our sphere, some sight, sense, intuition of what once happened here. The house is old, they've hinted it once held two love thralls, and they may have imprinted their dreams on its walls. They were, I think 'twas told me, queer in their works and ways, the teller would often hold me with weird tales of those days. Some folk cannot abide here, but we do not care who loved, laughed, wept, or died here, knew joy, or despair. As 'twere tonight, song, as 'twere tonight, in the brief space of a far event time, my spirit rang a chimate vision of a girl of grace, as 'twere tonight, in the brief space of a far event time. As 'twere at noontide of tomorrow I airily walked and talked, and wondered as I walked what it could mean, this soar from sorrow, as 'twere at noontide of tomorrow I airily walked and talked. As 'twere at waning of this week broke a new life on me, trancings of bliss to be in some dim dear land soon to seek, as 'twere at waning of this week broke a new life on me. The contretemps a forward rush by the lamp in the gloom, and we clasped, and almost kissed, but she was not the woman whom I had promised to meet in the thawing brougham on that harbour bridge, nor was I he of her tryst. So loosening from me swift she said, "Oh why feign to be the one I had meant, to whom I have sped to fly with, being so sorrily wed?" 'Twas thus and thus that she upbraided me. My assignation had struck upon some others like it, I found. And her lover rose on the night anon, and then her husband entered on the lamplit, snowflaked, sloppiness around. "Take her and welcome, man," he cried, "I wash my hands of her. I'll find me twice as good a bride." All this to me, whom he had eyed, plainly, as his wife's planned deliverer. And next the lover, little I knew, madam, you had a third. Kissing here in my very view. Husband and lover then withdrew. I let them, and I told them not they erred. Why not? Well, there faced she and I, two strangers who'd kissed, or near, chance-wise. To see stand weeping by a woman once embraced, will try the tension of a man the most austere. So it began, and I was young, she pretty, by the lamp, as flakes came waltzing down among the waves of her clinging hair, that hung heavily on her temples, dark and damp. And there alone still stood we two, she one cast off for me, or so it seemed, while night on drew, forcing a parley what should do we twain hearts caught in one catastrophe. In stranded souls a common strait wakes latencies unknown, whose impulse may precipitate a lifelong leap. The hour was late, and there was the Jersey boat with its funnel aggro an. Is weary walking worth much pother? It grunted, as still it stayed. One pairing is as good as another where all is venture. Take each other, and scrap the oaths that you have aforetime made, of the four involved there walks but one on earth at this late day. And what of the chapter so begun? In that odd complex what was done? Well, happiness comes in full to none, let peace lie on lulled lips, I will not say. Weymouth. A gentleman's epitaph on himself and a lady, who were buried together. I dwelt in the shade of a city, she far by the sea, with folk perhaps good, gracious, witty, but never with me. Her form on the ballroom's smooth flooring I never once met, to guide her with accents adoring through Weipert's first set. 46. I spent my life's seasons with pale ones in Vanity Fair, and she enjoyed hers among hale ones in salt-smelling air. Maybe she had eyes of deep color, maybe they were blue, maybe as she aged they got duller, that never I knew. She may have had lips like the coral, but I never kissed them, saw pouting, nor curling in quarrel, nor sought for, nor missed them. Not a word passed of love all our lifetime, between us, nor thrill, we'd never a husband and wife time, for good or for ill. Yet as one dust, through bleak days and vernal, lie I and lies she, this never-known lady, eternal companion to me. The old gown, song, I have seen her in gowns the brightest, of azure, green, and red, and in the simplest, whitest, muslined from heel to head. I have watched her walking, riding, shade-flecked by a leafy tree, or in fixed thought abiding by the foam-fingered sea. In woodlands I have known her, when boughs were mourning loud, in the rain-reek she has shown her wild-haired and watery-browed. And once or twice she has cast me as she pomped along the street court-clad, ere quite she had passed me, a glance from her chariot seat. But in my memoried passion for evermore stands she in the gown of fading fashion she wore that night when we, doomed long to part, assembled in the snug small room. Yet, when she sang with lips that trembled, shall I see his face again? A night in November I marked when the weather changed, and the panes began to quake, and the winds rose up and ranged. That night, lying half awake, dead leaves blew into my room, and alighted upon my bed, and a tree declared to the gloom its sorrow that they were shed. One leaf of them touched my hand, and I thought that it was you there stood as you used to stand, and saying at last you knew. 1913 A duettist to her pianoforte Song of Silence, ELH.HCH. Since every sound moves memories, how can I play you just as I might if you raised no scene, by your ivory rose, of a form between my vision and your time-worn sheen, as when each day you answered our fingers with ecstasy. So it's hushed, 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 you are for me. And as I am doomed to count assured her notes no more in those old things I used to know, in a fashion, when we practiced so, good night, goodbye, to your pleated show of silk, now whore, each nodding hammer, and pedal and key, for dead, 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 you are to me. I fain would second her, strike to her stroke, as when she was by, even from the ancient clamorous fall of Paris or battle of Prague withal, to the roving minstrels or elfin call sung soft as a sigh, but upping ghosts press achefully, and mute, 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 you are for me. Should I fling your polyphones, plaints, and quavers afresh on the air, too quick would the small white shapes be here of the fellow twain of hands so dear, and a black-tressed profile, and pale smooth ear, then how shall I bear such heavily haunted harmony? Nay, hushed, hushed, hushed you are for me. Where three roads joined it was green and fair, and over a gate was the sun-glazed sea, and life laughed sweet when I halted there, yet there I never again would be. I am sure those branchways are brooding now, with a wistful blankness upon their face, while the few mute passengers notice how spectre-buried is the place, which nightly sighs like a laden soul, and grieves that a pair, in bliss for a spell not far from thence, should have let it roll away from them down a plumbless well, while the phasm of him who fared starts up, and of her who was waiting him sobs from near, as they haunt there and drink the wormwood cup they filled for themselves when their sky was clear. Yes, I see those roads, now rutted and bare, while over the gate is no sun-glazed sea, and though life laughed when I halted there, it is where I never again would be. And there was a great calm, on the signing of the armistice, the 11th of November, 1918, there had been years of passion, scorching, cold, and much despair, and anger heaving high, care whitely watching, sorrows manifold, among the young, among the weak and old, and the pensive spirit of pity whispered, "Why?" Two men had not paused to answer. Foes distraught pierced the thinned peoples in a brute-like blindness, philosophies that sages long had taught, and selflessness, were as an unknown thought, and hell, and shell, were yapped at loving kindness. 3. The feeble folk at home had grown full used to dug-out snipers' Huns from the war adept in the morning's herd, and at evetids perused, today, dreamt men in millions, when they mused, to nightmare men in millions when they slept. 4. Waking to wish existence timeless, null, serious they watched above where armies fell. He seemed to check his flapping when, in the lull of night a boom came thencewise, like the dull plunge of a stone dropped into some deep well. So, when old hopes that earth was bettering slowly were dead and damned, there sounded war is done. One morrow, said the bereft, and meek, and lowly, will men some day be given to grace, yet, wholly, and in good sooth, as our dreams used to run. 6. Breathless they paused. Out there men raised their glance to where had stood those poplars lank and lopped, as they had raised it through the 4 years' dance of death in the now familiar flats of France, and murmured, "Strange, this. How?" All firing stopped. 7. All was hushed. The about to fire fired not, the aimed at moved away in trance-lipped song. One checkless regiment slung a clinching shot and turned. The spirit of irony smirked out, "What? Spoil peradventures woven of rage and wrong." 8. Thenceforth no flying fires inflamed the grey, no hurtlings shook the dewdrop from the thorn, no moan perplexed the mute bird on the spray. Worn horses mused, "We are not whipped today," no weft-winged engines blurred the moon's thin horn. 9. Calm fell. From heaven distilled a clemency, there was peace on earth, and silence in the sky. Some could not, shake off misery. The sinister spirit sneered, "It had to be." And again the spirit of pity whispered, "Why?" Haunting fingers of fantasy in a museum of musical instruments, are you awake, comrades, this silent night? Well 'twere if all of our glossy gluey make lay in the damp without, and fell to fragments quite. O vile, my friend, I watch, though phosphoneers, and I fain would drowse away to its utter end this dumb dark stowage after our loud melodious years. And they felt past handlers clutch them, though none was in the room. Old players' dead fingers touch them, shrunk in the tomb. Cello, good mate, you speak my mind as yours, doomed to this voiceless, crippled, corpse-like state, who, dear to famed Amphion, trapped here, long endures. Once I could thrill the populace through and through, wake them to passioned pulsings past their will. A contrabasso spake so, and the rest sighed anew. And they felt old muscles travel over their tense contours, and with long skill unravel cunningest scores. The tender pat of her airy fingertips upon me daily, I rejoiced thereat. Thus wise a harpsichord, as from dampened lips. My key's white shine, now sallow, met a hand even whiter. Tones of hers fell forth with mine in sowings of sound so sweet no lover could withstand. and its clavier was filmed with fingers like tapering flames, wan, cold, or the nebulous light that lingers in charnel mold. Gayer than most was I reverbed a drum, the regiments, marchings, throngs, hurrahs. What a host I stirred, even when crape mufflings gagged me well nigh dumb. Trilled an aged viol, much tune have I set free to spur the dance, since my first timid trial where I had birth, far hence, in sun-swept Italy. And he feels apt touches on him from those that pressed him then, who seem with their glance to con him, saying, not again. A holy calm mourned a shawm's voice subdued, steeped my Sicilian rhythms when hymn and psalm poured from devout souls met in Sabbath sanctitude. I faced the sock nightly twanged a sick lyre, over ranked lights. O charm of life in mock, O scenes that fed love, hope, wit, rapture, mirth, desire. Thus they, till each past player stroked thinner and more thin, and the morning sky grew greyer and day crawled in. The woman I met a stranger, I threaded sunken-hearted a lamplit crowd, and anon there passed me a soul departed, who mutely bowed. In my far-off youthful years I had met her, full-pulsed, but now, no more life's debtor, onward she slid in a shroud that furs half hid. Why do you trouble me, dead woman, trouble me, you whom I knew when warm and human? How it be that you quitted earth and are yet upon it is, to any who ponder on it, past being read. Still, it is so she said. These were my haunts in my olden sprightly hours of breath, here I went tempting frail youth nightly to their death, but you deemed me chaste, me, a tinselled sinner. How thought you one with pureness in her could pace this street eyeing some man to greet? Well, your very simplicity made me love you mid such town dross, till I set not heaven itself above you, who grew my cross, for you'd only nod, despite how I sighed for you, so you tortured me, who fain would have died for you. What I suffered then would have paid for the sins of 10. Thus went the days. I feared you despised me to fling me a nod each time, no more, till love chastised me as with a rod that a fresh bland boy of no assurance should fire me with passion beyond endurance, while others all I hated, and loathed their call. I said, it is his mother's spirit hovering around to shield him, maybe. I used to fear it, as still I found my beauty left no least impression, and remnants of pride withheld confession of my true trade by speaking, so I delayed. I said, perhaps with a costly flower he'll be beguiled. I held it, in passing you one late hour, to your face, you smiled, keeping step with the throng, though you did not see there a single one that rivaled me there. Well, it's all past. I died in the lock at last. So walked the dead and I together the quick among, elbowing our kind of every feather slowly and long, yet, long and slowly. That a phantom should stalk there with me seemed nothing strange, and talk there that winter night by flaming jets of light. She showed me ones who feared their call time, guessing their lot, she showed me her sort that cursed their fall time, and that did not. Till suddenly murmured she, now, tell me, why asked you never, ere death befell me, to have my love, much as I dreamt thereof. I could not answer. And she, well weeting all in my heart, said, God your guardian kept our fleeting forms apart. Sighing and drawing her furs around her over the shroud that tightly bound her, with wafts as from clay she turned and thinned away. London, 1918. If it's ever spring again, song, if it's ever spring again, I shall go where went I when down the moorcock splashed, and hen, seeing me not, amid their flounder, standing with my arm around her, if it's ever spring again, I shall go where went I then. If it's ever summertime, with the hay crop at the prime, and the cuckoos, too, in rhyme, as they used to be, or seemed to, we shall do as long we've dreamed to, if it's ever summertime, with the hay, and bees a-kime. The two houses in the heart of night, when farers were not near, the left house said to the house on the right, I have marked your rise, O smart newcomer here. Said the right, cold-eyed, newcomer here I am, hence paler than you with your cracked old hide, loose casements, wormy beams, and doors that jam. Modern my wood, my hangings fair of hue, while my windows open as they should, and water pipes thread all my chambers through. Your gear is grey, your face wears furrows untold. Yours might mourn the other, if you held, brother, the presences from aforetime that I hold. You have not known men's lives, deaths, toils, and teens, you are but a heap of stick and stone, a new house has no sense of the have-beens. Void as a drum you stand, I am packed with these, though, strangely, living dwellers who come see not the phantoms all my substance sees. Visible in the morning stand they, when dawn drags in, visible at night, yet hint or warning of these thin elbowers few of the inmates win. Babes new brought forth obsess my rooms, straight-stretched lank corpses, ere outborne to earth, yet, throng they as when first from the BYSS upfetched. Dancers and singers throb in me now as once, rich-noted throats and gossamered fingers of heels, the learned in love lore and the dunce. Note here within the bridegroom and the bride, who smile and greet their friends and kin, and down my stairs depart for tracks untried. Where such a dwelling's character takes theirs, and a vague semblancy to them in all its limbs, and light, and atmosphere. Yet the blind folk my tenants, who come and go in the flesh mid these, with souls unwoke, of such SYLPH-like surrounders do not know. Will the day come, said the new one, awe-struck, faint, when I shall lodge shades dim and dumb, and with such spectral guests become acquaint? That will it, boy, such shades will people thee, each in his misery, irk, or joy, and print on thee their presences as on me. On Stinsford Hill at midnight I glimpsed a woman's muslined form sing-songing airily against the moon, and still she sang, and took no heed of me. Another trice, and I beheld what first I had not scanned, that now and then she tapped and shook a timbrel in her hand. So late the hour, so white her drape, so strange the look it lent to that blank hill, I could not guess what phantasy it meant. Then burst I forth, why such from you? Are you so happy now? Her voice swam on, nor did she show thought of me anyhow, I called again, come nearer, much that kind of note I need. The song kept softening, loudening on, in placid calm unheed. What home is yours now? Then I said, you seem to have no care. But the wild wavering tune went forth as if I had not been there. This world is dark, and where you are, I said, I cannot be. But still the happy one sang on, and had no heed of me. The fallow deer at the lonely house one without looks into night through the curtain chink from the sheet of glistening white. One without looks into night as we sit and think by the fender brink. We do not discern those eyes watching in the snow, lit by lamps of rosy dyes. We do not discern those eyes wondering, aglow, four-footed, tiptoe. The self-same song a bird bills, the self-same song, with never a fault in its flow, that we listened to hear those long, long years ago. A pleasing marvel is how a strain of such rapturous rote should have gone on thus till now unchanged in a note. But it's not the self-same bird. No, perished to dust is he. As also are those who heard that song with me. The wanderer, there is nobody on the road but I, and no beseeming abode I can try for shelter, so abroad I must lie. The stars feel not far up, and to be the lights by which I sup glimmeringly, set out in a hollow cup over me. They wag as though they were panting for joy where they shine, above all care, and annoy, and demons of despair, life's alloy. Sometimes outside the fence feet swing past, clock-like, and then go hence, till at last there is a silence, dense, deep, and vast. A wanderer, which drawn to and fro, tomorrow, at the dawn, on I go, and where I rest anon do not know. Yet it's meet, this bed of hay and roofless plight, for there's a house of clay, my own, quite, to roof me soon, all day and all night. A wife comes back. This is the story a man told me of his life's one day of dreamery. A woman came into his room between the dawn and the creeping day. She was the year's wed wife from whom he had parted, and who lived far away, as if strangers they. He wondered, and as she stood she put on youth in her look and air, and more was he wonderstruck as he viewed her form and flesh bloom yet more fair while he watched her there, till she freshed to the pink and brown that were hers on the night when first they met, when she was the charm of the idle town and he the pick of the club fire set. His eyes grew wet, and he stretched his arms. Stay, rest, he cried. Abide with me so, my own. But his arms closed in on his hard bare breast. She had vanished with all he had looked upon of her beauty, gone. He clothed, and drew downstairs, but she was not in the house, he found, and he passed out under the leafy pears of the avenue elms, and searched around to the park pale bound. He mounted, and rode till night to the city to which she had long withdrawn, the vision he bore all day in his sight being her young self as pondered on in the dim of dawn. The lady here long ago, is she now here, young, or such age as she is? She is still here. Thank God. Let her know, she'll pardon a comer so late as this whom she'd fain not miss. She received him, an ancient dame, who hemmed, with features frozen and numb. How strange, I'd almost forgotten your name, a call just now, is troublesome, why did you come? A young man's exhortation. Call off your eyes from care by some determined deftness. Put forth joys dear as excess without the core that cloys, and charm life's lowerings fair. Exalt and crown the hour that girdles us, and fill it full with glee, blind glee, excelling aught could ever be were heedfulness in power. Send up such touching strains that limitless recruits from fancy's pack shall rush upon your tongue, and tender back all that your soul contains. For what do we know best? That a fresh love leaf crumpled soon will dry, and that men moment after moment die, of all scope dispossessed. If I have seen one thing, it is the passing preciousness of dreams, that aspects are within us, and who seems most kingly is the king. 1867, Westbourne Park Villas. At Lulworth Cove a century back, had I but lived 100 years ago, I might have gone, as I have gone this year, by Warmwell Cross onto a cove I know, and time have placed his finger on me there, you see that man. I might have looked, and said, oh yes, I see him. One that boat has brought which dropped down channel round St. Albans Head. So commonplace a youth calls not my thought. You see that man? Why yes, I told you, yes, of an idling town sort, thin, hair brown in hue, and as the evening light scants less and less he looks up at a star, as many do. You see that man? Nay, leave me, then I plead. I have 15 miles to vamp across the Lee, and it grows dark, and I am weary-kneed. I have said the third time, yes, that man I see. Good. That man goes to Rome, to death, despair, and no one notes him now but you and I, 100 years, and the world will follow him there, and bend with reverence where his ashes lie. September 1920. Note. In September 1820 Keats, on his way to Rome, landed one day on the Dorset coast, and composed the sonnet, Bright star, would I were steadfast as thou art. The spot of his landing is judged to have been Lulworth Cove. A bygone occasion, song, that night, that song, that song. Will such again be evened quite through lifetimes long? No mirth was shown to outer seers, but mood to match has not been known in modern years. O eyes that smiled, O lips that lured, that such would last was one beguiled to think ensured. That night, that song, O drink to its recalled delight, though tears may throng. Two serenades I on Christmas Eve, late on Christmas Eve, in the street alone, outside a house, on the pavement stone, I sang to her, as we'd sung together on former eves ere I felt her tether. Above the door of green by me was she, her casement seen by me, but she would not heed what I melodied in my soul's sore need, she would not heed. Cassiopeia overhead, and the seven of the wane, heard what I said as I bent me there, and voiced, and fingered upon the strings. Long I lingered, only the curtains hid from her one whom caprice had bid from her. But she did not come, and my heart grew numb and dull my strum, she did not come. 2 a year later I skimmed the strings, I sang quite low, I hoped she would not come or know that the house next door was the one now ditted, not hers, as when I had played unpitied, next door, where dwelt a heart fresh stirred, my new love, of goodwill to me, unlike my old love chill to me, who had not cared for my notes when heard, yet that old love came to the other's name as hers were the claim, yet, the old love came my viol sank mute, my tongue stood still, I tried to sing on, but vain. My will, I prayed she would guess of the later, and leave me, she stayed, as though, were she slain by the smart, she would bear love's burn for a newer heart. The tense drawn moment wrought to bereave me of voice, and I turned in a dumb despair at her finding I'd come to another there. Sick I withdrew at love's grim hue ere my last love knew, sick I withdrew. From an old copy. The wedding morning Tabitha dressed for her wedding, Tabby, why look so sad? Oh, I feel a great gloominess spreading, instead of supremely glad. I called on Carrie last night, and he came whilst I was there, not knowing I'd called. So I kept out of sight, and I heard what he said to her, I'd far liefer marry you, dear, tomorrow, he said, but that cannot be. Oh, I'd give him to Carrie, and willingly see them wed, but how can I do it when his baby will soon be born? After that I hope I may die. And then she can have him. I shall not mourn. End of the year 1912. You were here at his young beginning, you are not here at his aged end. Off he coaxed you from life's mad spinning, lest you should see his form extend shivering, sighing, slowly dying, and a tear on him expend. So it comes that we stand lonely in the starlit avenue, dropping broken lip words only, for we hear no songs from you, such as flew here for the new year once, while 6 bells swung thereto. The chimes play life's a bumper. Awake. I'm off to cities far away, I said, and rose, on peradventures bent. The chimes played life's a bumper, on that day to the measure of my walking as I went, their sweetness frisked and floated on the lea, as they played out life's a bumper, there to me. Awake. I said. I go to take a bride. The sun arose behind me ruby red as I journeyed townwards from the countryside, the chiming bells saluting near ahead. Their sweetness swelled in tripping tings of glee as they played out life's a bumper, there to me. Again arise. I seek a turfy slope, and go forth slowly on an autumn noon, and there I lay her who has been my hope, and think, oh may I follow hither soon. While on the wind the chimes come cheerily, playing out life's a bumper, there to me. 1913. I worked no while to meet you, song, I worked no while to meet you, my sight was set elsewhere, I sheered about to shun you, and lent your life no care. I was unprimed to greet you at such a date and place, constraint alone had won you vision of my strange face. You did not seek to see me then or at all, you said, meant passing when you neared me, but stumbling blocks forbade. You even had thought to flee me, by other mindings moved, no influent star ended me, unknown, unwrecked, unproved. What, then, was there to tell us the flux of flustering hours of their own tide would bring us by no device of ours to where the day springs well us heart hydromels that cheer, till time unearth and swing us round with the turning sphere? At the railway station, up way there is not much that I can do, for I've no money that's quite my own. Spoke up the pitying child, a little boy with a violin at the station before the train came in, but I can play my fiddle to you, and a nice one tease, and good in tone. The man in the handcuffs smiled, the constable looked, and he smiled, too, as the fiddle began to twang, and the man in the handcuffs suddenly sang uproariously, "This life so free is the thing for me." And the constable smiled, and said no word, as if unconscious of what he heard, and so they went on till the train came in, the convict, and boy with the violin. Side by side so there sat they, the estranged two, thrust in one pew by chance that day, placed so, breath nigh, each comer unwitting who was to be sitting in touch close by. Thus side by side blindly alighted, they seemed united as groom and bride, who'd not communed for many years, lives from twain spheres with hearts distuned. Her fringes brushed his garment's hem as the harmonies rushed through each of them, her lips could be heard in the creed and psalms, and their fingers neared at the giving of alms. And women and men, the matins ended, by looks commended them, joined again. Quickly said she, "Don't undeceive them, better thus leave them quite so," said he. Slight words, the last between them said, those two, once wed, who had not stood fast. Diverse their ways from the western door, to meet no more in their span of days. Dream of the city shope woman, 'twere sweet to have a comrade here, who'd vow to love this garret here, by city people's snap and sneer tried oft and hard. We'd rove a truant cock and hen to some snug solitary glen, and never be seen to haunt again this teeming yard. Within a cot of thatch and clay we'd list the flitting pipers play, our lives a twine of good and gay enwreathed discreetly, our blithest deeds so neighboring wise that doves should coo in soft surprise, these must belong to paradise who live so sweetly. Our clock should be the closing flowers, our sprinkle bath the passing showers, our church the allied willow bowers, the truth our theme, and infant shapes might soon abound, their shining heads would dot us round like mushroom balls on grassy ground, but all is dream. O God, that creatures framed to feel a yearning nature's strong appeal should writhe on this eternal wheel in rayless grime, and vainly note, with one regret, each star of early promise set, till death relieves, and they forget their one life's time. Westbourne Park Villas, 1866. A Maiden's Pledge, Song. I do not wish to win your vow to take me soon or late as bride, and lift me from the nook where now I tarry your fairings to my side. I am blissful ever to abide in this green labyrinth, let all be, if but, whatever may betide, you do not leave off loving me. Your comet comings I will wait with patience, time shall not wear through. The yellowing years will not abate my large end love and truth to you, nor drive me to complaint undue of absence, much as I may pine, if never another twixt us two shall come, and you stand wholly mine. The child and the sage you say, O sage, when weather checked, I have been favored so with cloudless skies, I must expect this dash of rain or snow. Since health has been my lot you say, so many months of late, I must not chafe that one short day of sickness mars my state. You say, such bliss has been my share from love's unbroken smile, it is but reason I should bear across therein a while. And thus you do not count upon continuance of joy, but, when at ease, expect anon a burden of annoy. But, sage, this earth, why not a place where no reprisals reign, where never a spell of pleasantness makes reasonable a pain? The 21st of December, 1908. Miss met I. He was leaning by a face, he was looking into eyes, and he knew a trysting place, and he heard seductive sighs, but the face, and the eyes, and the place, and the sighs, were not, alas, the right ones, the ones meet for him, though fine and sweet the features, and the feelings all abrim. Too, she was looking at a form, she was listening for a tread, she could feel a waft of charm when a certain name was said, but the form, and the tread, and the charm of name said, were the wrong ones for her, and ever would be so, while the heritor of the right it would have saved her soul to know. An autumn rain scene there trudges one to a merrymaking with a sturdy swing, on whom the rain comes down. To fetch the saving medicament is another bent, on whom the rain comes down. One slowly drives his herd to the stall aerial befall, on whom the rain comes down. This bears his missives of life and death with quickening breath, on whom the rain comes down. One watches for signals of wreck or war from the hill afar, on whom the rain comes down. No care if he gain a shelter or none, unhired moves one, on whom the rain comes down. And another knows naught of its chilling fall upon him at all, on whom the rain comes down. October, 1904. Meditations on a holiday, a new theme to an old folk jingle. 'Tis May morning, all adorning, no cloud warning of rain today. Where shall I go to, go to, go to, can I say no to Leona's way? Well, what reason now at this season is there for treason to other shrines? Tristram is not there, Isolde forgot there, new eras blot their sought-for signs. Stratford-on-Avon, Posepaven, I'll find a haven there, somehow, nay, I'm but caught of dreams long thought of, the swan knows naught of his Avon now. What shall it be, then, I go to see, then, under the plea, then, of votary? I'll go to Lakeland, 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 certainly Lakeland let it be. But, why to that place, that place, that place, such a hard come at place need I fare? When its bard cheers no more, loves no more, fears no more, sees no more, hears no more anything there. Ah, there is Scotland, Burns is Scotland, and Waverley's. To what land better can I hie, yet, if no whit now feel those of it now, care not a bit now for it, why I'll seek a town street, a brick-brown street, quite a tumble-down street, drawing no eyes. For a Mary dwelled there, and a Percy felt their heart of him meld there, a Clare likewise. Why incline to that city, such a city, that city, now a mud-bespat city, care the lovers who now live and walk there, sit there and talk there, buy there, or hawk there, or wed, or woo. Laughters in a volley greet so fond a folly as nursing melancholy in this and that spot, which, with most endeavour, those can visit never, but for ever and ever will now know not. If, on lawns Elysian, with a broadened vision and a faint derision conscious be they, how they might reprove me that these fancies move me, think they ill behoove me, smile, and say, what, our hoar old houses, where the past dead drowses, nor a child nor spouse is of our name at all. Such abodes to care for, inquire about and bear for, and suffer wear and tear for, how weak of you and small. May 1921. An experience, wit, weight, or wealth there was not in anything that was said, in anything that was done, all was of scope to cause not a triumph, dazzle, or dread to even the subtlest one, my friend, to even the subtlest one. But there was a new afflation, an aura zephyring round, that care infected not, it came as a salutation, and, in my sweet astound, I scarcely witted what might pend, I scarcely witted what. The hills in same wise to me spoke, as they greyly gazed, first hills to speak so yet. The thin-edged breezes blew me what I, though cobwebbed, crazed, was never to forget, my friend, was never to forget. The beauty, oh do not praise my beauty more, in such word wild degree, and say I am one all eyes adore, for these things harass me. But do forever softly say, from now unto the end come weal, come wanzing, come what may, dear, I will be your friend. I hate my beauty in the glass, my beauty is not I wear it, none cares whether, alas, it's wearer live or die. The inner I care for, then, yet, me and what I am, and shall be at the grey hour when my cheek begins to clam. Note. The Regent Street beauty, Miss Very, the Swiss confectioner's daughter, whose personal attractions have been so mischievously exaggerated, died of fever on Monday evening, brought on by the annoyance she had been for some time subject to. London Paper, October 1828. The collector cleans his picture Fili homines, ecce ego tolo a te desiderabile oculorum tirom in plaga. Ezek. Xiv 16. How I remember cleaning that strange picture. I had been deep in duty for my sick neighbor, his besides my own, over several Sundays, often, too, in the week, so with parish pressures, baptisms, burials, doctorings, conjugal counsel, all the what-nots asked of a rural parson, faith, I was well nigh broken, should have been fully saving for one small secret relaxation, one that in mounting manhood had grown my hobby. This was to delve at whiles for easel lumber, stowed in the backmost slums of a soon-reached city, merely on chance to uncloak some worthy canvas, panel, or plaque, blacked blind by uncouth adventure, yet under all concealing a precious art feat. Such I had found not yet. My latest capture came from the rooms of a trader in ancient house gear who had no scent of beauty or soul for brushcraft. Only a tittle cost it, murked with grime films, gatherings of slow years, thick varnished over, never a feature manifest of man's painting. So, one Saturday, time ticking hard on midnight ere an hour subserved, I set me upon it. Long with coiled up sleeves I cleaned and yet cleaned, till a first fresh spot, a high light, looked forth, then another, like fair flesh, and another, then a curve, a nostril, and next a finger, tapering, shapely, significantly pointing slantwise. Flemish. I said. Nay, Spanish. But, nay, Italian. Then me zimmed it the guise of the rank of Venus, named of some Astarte, of some Cotito. Down I knelt before it and kissed the panel, drunk with the lure of love's inhibited dreamings. Till the dawn I rubbed, when there gazed up at me a hag, that had slowly emerged from under my hands there, pointing the slanted finger towards a bosom eaten away of a rot from the lusts of a lifetime. I could have ended myself in heart-shook horror. Stunned I sat till roused by a clear-voiced bell chime, fresh and sweet as the dew fleece under my luthern. It was the matin service calling to me from the adjacent steeple. The wood fire, a fragment, this is a brightsome blaze you've lit, good friend, tonight. It has been the bleakest spring I have felt for years, and naught compares with cloven logs to keep alight. I buy them bargain cheap of the executioners, as I dwell near, and they wanted the crosses out of sight by Passover, not to affront the eyes of visitors. Yes, they're from the crucifixions last week ending at Cranion. We can sometimes use the poles again, but they get split by the nails, and 'tis quicker work than mending to knock together new, though the uprights now and then serve twice when they're let stand. But if a feast's impending, as lately, you've to tidy up for the corners ken. Though only 3 were impaled, you may know it didn't pass off so quietly as was wont. That Galilee carpenter's son who boasted he was king, incensed the rabble to scoff. I heard the noise from my garden. This piece is the one he was on. Yes, it blazes up well if lit with a few dry chips and shroff, and it's worthless for much else, what with cuts and stains thereon. Saying goodbye, song, we are always saying goodbye, goodbye. In work, in playing, in gloom, in gaying, at many a stage of pilgrimage from youth to age we say, goodbye, goodbye. We are undiscerning which go to sigh, which will be yearning for soon returning, and which no more will dark our door, or tread our shore, but go to die, to die. Some come from roaming with joy again, some, who come homing by stealth at gloaming, had better have stopped till death, and dropped by strange hands propped, than come so fain, so fain. So, with this saying, goodbye, goodbye we speed their waying without betraying our grief, our fear no more to hear from them, close, clear, again, goodbye, goodbye. On the tune called the Old 104th we never sang together Ravenscroft's terse old tune on Sundays or on weekdays, in sharp or summer weather, at night time or at noon. Why did we never sing it, why never so incline on Sundays or on weekdays, even when soft wafts would wing it from your far floor to mine? Shall we that tune, then, never stand voicing side by side on Sundays or on weekdays? Or shall we, when forever in Sheol we abide, sing it in desolation, as we might long have done on Sundays or on weekdays with love and exultation before our sands had run? The opportunity, for H.P. 40 springs back, I recall, we met at this phase of the Maytime. We might have clung close through all, but we parted when died that daytime. We parted with smallest regret, perhaps should have cared but slightly, just then, if we never had met. Strange, strange that we lived so lightly. Had we mused a little space at that critical date in the Maytime, one life had been ours, one place, perhaps, till our long cold daytime. This is a bitter thing for thee, O man, what ails it? The tide of chance may bring its offer, but naught avails it. Evelyn G. of Christminster, I can see the towers in mind quite clear, not many hours faring from here, but how up and go, and briskly bear thither, and know that are not there. Though the birds sing small, and apple and pear on your trees by the wall are ripe and rare, though none excel them, I have no care to taste them or smell them, and you not there. Though the college stones are smit with the sun, and the graduates and dons who held you as one of brightest brow still think as they did, why haunt with them now your candle is hid? Towards the river appealing swells, they cost me a quiver, those prayerful bells. How go to God, who can reprove with so heavy a rod as your swift remove? The corded keys wait all in a row, and the bellows wheeze as long ago. And the psalter lingers, and organist's chair, but where are your fingers that once wagged there? Shall I then seek that desert place this or next week, and those tracks trace that fill me with cark and cloy, nowhere being movement or mark of you now there? The rift, song, minor mode, 'twas just at gnat and cobweb time, when yellow begins to show in the leaf, that your old gamut changed its chime from those true tones, of span so brief, that met my beats of joy, of grief, as rhyme meets rhyme. So sank I from my high sublime. We faced but chance-wise after that, and never I knew or guessed my crime. Yes, 'twas the date, or nigh thereat, of the yellowing leaf, at moth and gnat and cobweb time. Voices from things growing in a churchyard, these flowers are I, poor Fanny, heard, sir or madam, a little girl here sepultured. Once I fluttered like a bird above the grass, as now I wave in daisy shapes above my grave, all day cheerily, all night eerily. I am one bachelor bowing, gent sir or madam, in shingled oak my bones were pent, hence more than 100 years I spent in my feat of change from a coffin thrall to a dancer in green as leaves on a wall. All day cheerily, all night eerily. These berries of juice and gloss, sir or madam, am clean forgotten as Thomas Voss, thin-earned. I have burrowed away from the moss that covers my sod, and have entered this yew, and turned to clusters ruddy of view, all day cheerily, all night eerily. The Lady Gertrude, proud, high-bred, sir or madam, am I. This laurel that shades your head, into its veins I have stilly sped, and made them of me, and my leaves now shine, as did my satin superfin, all day cheerily, all night eerily. I, who as innocent with wind climb, sir or madam, am one Eve Greensleeves, in olden time kissed by men from many a clime, beneath sun, stars, in blaze, in breeze, as now by glowworms and by bees, all day cheerily, all night eerily. 128. I'm old Squire Audley Grey, who grew, sir or madam, weary of life, and in scorn withdrew, till anon I clambered up anew as ivy green, when my ache was stayed, and in that attire I have long time gayed all day cheerily, all night eerily. And so they breathe, these masks, to each sir or madam who lingers there, and their lively speech affords an interpreter much to teach, as their murmurous accents seem to come thence hither round in a radiant hum, all day cheerily, all night eerily. On the way the trees fret fitfully and twist, shutters rattle and carpets heave, slime is the dust of yestereve, and in the streaming mist fishes might seem to fin a passage if they list. But to his feet, drawing nigh and nigher a hidden seat, the fog is sweet and the wind a lyre. A vacant sameness greys the sky, a moisture gathers on each knop of the bramble, rounding to a drop, that greets the goer-by with the cold listless lustre of a dead man's eye. But to her sight, drawing nigh and nigher its deep delight, the fog is bright and the wind a lyre. She did not turn, but passed foot faint with averted head in her gown of green, by the bobbing fern, though I leaned over the gate that led from where we waited with table spread, but she did not turn. Why was she near there if love had fled? She did not turn, though the gate was whence I had often sped in the mists of morning to meet her, and learn her heart, when its moving moods I read as a book, she mine, as she sometimes said, but she did not turn, and passed foot faint with averted head. Growth in May I enter a daisy and buttercup land, and thence thread a jungle of grass. Hurdles and stiles scarce visible stand above the lush stems as I pass. Hedges peer over, and try to be seen, and seem to reveal a dim sense that amid such ambitious and elbow-high green they make a mean show as a fence. Elsewhere the mead is possessed of the neats, that range not greatly above the rich rank thicket which brushes their teats, and her gown, as she waits for her love, near Chard. The children and Sir Nameless, once of Athelal, declared, these wretched children romping in my park trample the herbage till the soil is bare, and yap and yell from early morn till dark. Go keep them harnessed to their set routines. Thank God I've none to hasten my decay. For green remembrance there are better means than offspring, who but wish their sires away. Sir Nameless of that mansion said anon, to be perpetuate for my mightiness sculpture must image me when I am gone. He forthwith summoned carvers there express to shape a figure stretching 7 odd feet, for he was tall, in alabaster stone, with shield, and crest, and casque, and word complete, when done a statelier work was never known. 300 years height, church restorers came, and, no one of his lineage being traced, they thought an effigy so large in frame best fitted for the floor. There it was placed, under the seats for school children. And they kicked out his name, and hobnailed off his nose, and, as they yawned through sermon time, they say, who was this old stone man beneath our toes? At the Royal Academy these summer landscapes, clump, and copse, and croft, woodland and meadowland, here hung aloft, gay with limp grass and leaf or new and soft, seem caught from the immediate season's yield I saw last noonday shining over the field, by rapid snatch, while still are uncongealed the saps that in their live originals climb, yester's quick greenage here set forth in mime just as it stands, now, at our breathing time. But these young foils so fresh upon each tree, soft verdures spread in sprouting novelty, are not this summer's, though they feign to be. Last year their May to Michaelmas term was run, last autumn browned and buried every one, and no more know they sight of any sun. Her temple dear, think not that they will forget you. If craftsmanly art should be mine, I will build up a temple, and set you therein as its shrine. They may say, why a woman such honor? Be told, oh, so sweet was her fame, that a man heaped this splendor upon her, none now knows his name. A 2 years' idle, yes, such it was, just those 2 seasons unsought, sweeping like summer tide wind on our ways, moving, as straws, hearts quick as ours in those days, going like wind, too, and rated as naught save as the prelude to plays soon to come, larger, life-fraught, yes, such it was. Naught it was called, even by ourselves, that which springs out of the years for all flesh, first or last, commonplace, scrawled dully on days that go past. Yet, all the while, it upbore us like wings even in hours overcast, aye, though this best thing of things, naught it was called. What seems it now? Lost, such beginning was all, nothing came after, romance straight forsook quickly somehow life when we sped from our nook, primed for new scenes with designs smart and tall, a preface without any book, a trumpet uplipped, but no call, that seems it now. By Henstridge Cross at the year's end, from this century's old crossroad the highway leads east to London, north to Bristol and Bath, west to Exeter and the Land's End, and south to the Channel coast. Why go the east road now? That way a youth went on a morrow after mirth, and he brought back sorrow painted upon his brow. Why go the east road now? Why go the north road now? Torn, leaf-strewn, as if scoured by foemen, once edging fiefs of my forefolk yeomen, fallows fat to the plough, why go the north road now? Why go the west road now? Thence to us came she, bosom burning, welcome with joyousness returning, she sleeps under the bough, why go the west road now? Why go the south road now? That way marched they, some are forgetting, stark to the moon left, past regretting loves who have falsed their vow. Why go the south road now? Why go any road now? White stands the handpost for brisk on-bearers, halt, is the word for one-cheeked farers musing on whither, and how. Why go any road now? Yet, we want new feet now, answer the stones. Want chit-chat, laughter, plenty of such to go hereafter by our tracks, we trow. We are for new feet now. During the war. Penance, why do you sit, O pale thin man, at the end of the room by that harpsichord, built on the quaint old plan? It is cold as a tomb, and there's not a spark within the grate, and the jingling wires are as vain desires that have lagged too late. Why do I? Alas, far times ago a woman lied here in the evenfall, one who fain did so from year to year, and, in loneliness bending wistfully, would wake each note in sick sad rote, none to listen or see. I would not join. I would not stay, but drew away, though the winter fire beamed brightly. I do today what I would not then, and the chill old keys, like a skull's brown teeth loose in their sheath, freeze my touch, yes, freeze. I look in her face, song, minor, I look in her face and say, sing as you used to sing about love's blossoming, but she hints not yea or nay. Sing, then, that love's a pain, if, dear, you think it so, whether it be or no, but dumb her lips remain. I go to a far-off room, a faint song ghosts my ear, which song I cannot hear, but it seems to come from a tomb. After the war last post sounded across the mead to where he loitered with absent heed. 5 years before in the evening there had flown that call to him and his dear. You'll never come back, goodbye, she had said, here I'll be living, and my love dead. Those closing minims had been as shafts darting through him and her pressed in that last parting, they thrilled him not now, in the self-same place with the self-same sun on his war-seamed face. Lurks a god's laughter in this, he said, that I am the living and she the dead. If you had known when listening with her to the far-down moan of the white selvaged and empurpled sea, and rain came on that did not hinder talk, or damp your flashing facile gaiety in turning home, despite the slow wet walk by crooked ways, and over stiles of stone, if you had known you would lay roses, 50 years thence, on her monument, that discloses its greying shape upon the luxuriant green, 50 years thence to an hour, by chance led there, what might have moved you? Yet, had you foreseen that on the tomb of the self-same one, gone where the dawn of every day is as the close is, you would lay roses. 1920 The chapel organist, AD 185. I've been thinking it through, as I play here tonight, to play never again, by the light of that lowering sun peering in at the window pane, and over the back street roofs, throwing shades from the boys of the chaw in the gallery, right upon me, sitting up to these keys once more. How I used to hear tongues ask, as I sat here when I was new, who is she playing the organ? She touches it mightily true. She travels from Havenpool town, the deacon would softly speak, the stipend can hardly cover her fare hither twice in the week. It fell far short of doing, indeed, but I never told, for I have craved minstrelsy more than lovers, or beauty, or gold. 'Twas so he answered at first, but the story grew different later. It cannot go on much longer, from what we hear of her now. At the meaning wheeze in the words the inquirer would shift his place till he could see round the curtain that screened me from people below. A handsome girl, he would murmur, up staring, and so I am. But, too much sex in her build, fine eyes, but eyelids too heavy, a bosom too full for her age, in her lips too voluptuous a look. It may be. But who put it there? Assuredly it was not I. I went on playing and singing when this I had heard, and more, though tears half blinded me, yes, I remained going on and on, just as I used me to chord and to sing at the self-same time. For it's a contralto, my voice is, they'll hear it again here tonight in the psalmody notes that I love more than world or than flesh or than life. Well, the deacon, in fact, that day had learned new tidings about me. They troubled his mind not a little, for he was a worthy man. He trades as a chemist in High Street, and during the week he had sought his fellow deacon, who throve as a bookbinder over the way. "These are strange rumors," he said. "We must guard the good name of the chapel. If, sooth, she's of evil report, what else can we do but dismiss her? But get such another to play here we cannot for double the price." It settled the point for the time, and I triumphed a while in their strait, and my much-beloved grand semibroves went living on under my fingers. At length in the congregation more headshakes and murmurs were rife, and my dismissal was ruled, though I was not warned of it then. But a day came when they declared it. The news entered me as a sword. I was broken, so pallid of face that they thought I should faint, they said. I rallied. "Oh, rather than go, I will play you for nothing," said I. 'Twas in much desperation I spoke it, for bring me to forfeit I could not those melodies chorded so richly for which I had labored and lived. They paused. "And for nothing I played at the chapel through Sundays anon, upheld by that art which I loved more than blandishments lavished of men." But it fell that murmurs again from the flock broke the pastor's peace. Some member had seen me at Havenpool, come ridding close a sea captain. Yes, I was there too constrained, lacking means for the fare to and fro. Yet God knows, if aught he knows ever, I loved the Old Hundredth, St. Stephen's, Mount Zion, New Sabbath, Miles Lane, Holy Rest, and Arabia, and Eton, above all embraces of body by wooers who sought me and won. Next week 'twas declared I was seen coming home with a lover at dawn. The deacons insisted then, strong, and forgiveness I did not implore. I saw all was lost for me, quite, but I made a last bid in my throbs. High love had been beaten by lust, and the senses had conquered the soul, but the soul should die game, if I knew it. I turned to my masters and said, "I yield, gentlemen, without parlance. But, let me just hymn you once more. It's a little thing, sirs, that I ask, and a passion is music with me." They saw that consent would cost nothing, and show as good grace, as knew I, though tremble I did, and feel sick, as I paused thereat, dumb for their words. They gloomily nodded assent, saying, "Yes, if you care to." Once more, and only once more, understand. To that with a bend I agreed. "You've a fixed and a far-reaching look," spoke one who had eyed me a while. "I've a fixed and a far-reaching plan, and my look only showed it," said I. "This evening of Sunday is come, the last of my functioning here. She plays as if she were possessed," they exclaim, glancing upward and round. "Such harmonies I never dreamt the old instrument capable of." Meantime the sun lowers and goes, shades deepen, the lights are turned up, and the people voice out the last singing, tune Tallis, the evening hymn. I wonder dissenters sing Ken. It shows them more liberal in spirit at this little chapel down here than at certain new others I know. I sing as I play. Murmurs someone, no woman's throat richer than hers. True, in these parts, at least ponder I, but, my man, you will hear it no more. And I sing with them onward, the grave dread as little do I as my bed, I lift up my feet from the pedals, and then, while my eyes are still wet from the symphonies born of my fingers, I do that whereon I am set, and draw from my full round bosom their words. How can I help its heave? A bottle blue-colored and fluted, a vinaigrette, they may conceive, and before the choir measures my meaning, reads aught in my moves to and fro, I drink from the phial at a draught, and they think it a pick-me-up, so. Then I gather my books as to leave, bend over the keys as to pray. When they come to me motionless, stooping, quick death will have whisked me away. Sure, nobody meant her to poison herself in her haste, after all. The deacons will say as they carry me down and the night shadows fall, though the charges were true they will add. It's a case red as scarlet withal. I have never once minced it. Lived chaste I have not. Heaven knows it above. But past all the heavings of passion, its music has been my life-love. That tune did go well, this last playing. I reckon they'll bury me here. Not a soul from the seaport my birthplace, will come, or bestow me a tear. Fetching her an hour before the dawn, my friend, you lit your waiting bedside lamp, your breakfast fire anon, and outing into the dark and damp you saddled, and set on. Thuswise, before the day, my friend, you sought her on her surfy shore, to fetch her thence away unto your own new-builded door for a stanch lifelong stay. You said, it seems to be, my friend, that I were bringing to my place the pure brine breeze, the sea, the muse, all her old sky and space, in bringing her with me. But time is prompt to expugn, my friend, such magic-minted conjurings. The broad breeze fainted soon, and then the sense of sea-moose wings, and the shore's sibilant tune. So, it had been more due, my friend, perhaps, had you not pulled this flower from the craggy nook it knew, and set it in an alien bower, but left it where it grew. Could I but will, Song, verses 1, 3, key major, verse 2, key minor, could I but will to my bent, I'd have a far ones near me still, and music of rare ravishment, in strains that move the toes and heels. And when the sweethearts sat for rest the unbetrothed should foot with zest ecstatic reels. Could I be head God, come, now, dear girl I'd say, whose flame is fled, who liest with linen-banded brow, stirred but by shakes from earth's deep core, I'd say to her, unshroud and meet that love who kissed and called thee sweet, yet, come once more. Even half god power in spinning dooms had I, this frozen scene should flower, and sun-swept plains and arctic glooms should green them gay with waving leaves, mid which old friends and I would walk with weightless feet and magic talk uncounted eves. She revisits alone the church of her marriage. I have come to the church and chancel, where all's the same. Brighter and larger in my dreams truly it's shaped than now, meseems, is its substantial frame. But, anyhow, I made my vow, whether for praise or blame, here in this church and chancel where all's the same. Where touched the check-floored chancel my knees and his. The step looks shyly at the sun, and says, 'Twas here the thing was done, for bale or else for bliss. Of all those there I least was, where would it be that or this, when touched the check-floored chancel my knees and his? Here in this fateful chancel where all's the same, I thought the culminant crest of life was reached when I went forth the wife I was not when I came. Each commonplace one of my race, some say, has such a name, to go from a fateful chancel as not the same. Here, through this hoary chancel where all's the same, a thrill, a gaiety even, ranged that morning when it seemed I changed my nature with my name. Though now not fair, though grey my hair, he loved me, past proclaim, here in this hoary chancel, where all's the same. At the entering of the new year old style, our songs went up and out the chimney, and roused the home-gone husbandman, our allemands, our hays, possettings, our hands across and back again, sent rhythmic throbbings through the casements onto the white highway, where night-farers paused and muttered, "Keep it up well, do they?" The contrabasso's measured booming sped at each bar to the parish bounds, to shepherds at their midnight lambings, to stealthy poachers on their rounds, and everybody caught full duly the notes of our delight, as time unrobed the youth of promise hailed by our sanguine sight. 2. New style, we stand in the dusk of a pine-tree limb, as if to give ear to the muffled peal, brought or withheld at the breeze's whim, but our truest heed is to words that steal from the mantled ghost that looms in the grey, and seems, so far as our sense can see, to feature bereaved humanity, as it sighs to the imminent year its say, "O stay without, O stay without, calm comely youth, untasked, untired, those stars irradiate thee about, thy entrance here is undesired. Open the gate not, mystic one, must we avow what we would close confine? With thee, good friend, we would have converse none, albeit the fault may not be thine." The 31st of December. During the war, they would not come. I travelled to where in her lifetime she'd knelt at morning prayer, to call her up as if there, but she paid no heed to my suing, as though her old haunt could win not a thought from her spirit, or care. I went where my friend had lectioned the prophets in high declaim, that my soul's ear the same full tones should catch as aforetime, but silenced by gear of the present was the voice that once there came. Where the ocean had sprayed our banquet I stood, to recall it as then, the same eluding again. No vision. Shows contingent affrighted it further from me even than from my home den. When I found them no responders, but fugitives prone to flee from where they had used to be, it vouched I had been led hither as by night wisps in bogland, and bruised the heart of me. After a romantic day the railway bore him through an earthen cutting out from a city. There was no scope for view, though the frail light shed by a slim young moon fell like a friendly tune. Fell like a liquid ditty, and the blank lack of any charm of landscape did no harm. The bald steep cutting, rigid, rough, and moonlit, was enough for poetry of place. Its weathered face formed a convenient sheet whereon the visions of his mind were drawn. The Two Wives, Smokers' Club story. I waited at home all the while they were boating together, my wife and my near neighbor's wife, till there entered a woman I loved more than life, and we sat and sat on, and beheld the uprising dark weather, with a sense that some mischief was rife. Tidings came that the boat had capsized, and that one of the ladies was drowned, which of them was unknown, and I marveled, my friend's wife, or was it my own who had gone in such wise to the land where the sun as the shade is? We learnt it was his had so gone. Then I cried in unrest, he is free. But no good is releasing to him as it would be to me. But it is said the woman I loved, quietly. How? I asked her. Because he has long loved me too without ceasing, and it's just the same thing, don't you see? I knew a lady, club song, I knew a lady when the days grew long, and evenings goldened, but I was not emboldened by her prompt eyes and winning ways. And when old winter nipped the haws, another's wife I'll be, and then you'll care for me, she said, and think how sweet I was. And soon she shone as another's wife, as such I often met her, and sighed, how I regret her. My folly cuts me like a knife. And then, today, her husband came, and moaned, why did you flout her? Well, could I do without her? For both our burdens you are to blame. A house with a history, there is a house in a city street, some past ones made their own, its floors were crisscrossed by their feet, and their babblings beat from ceiling to white hearthstone. And who are peopling its parlors now? Who talk across its floor? Mere freshlings are they, blank of brow, who read not how its prime had passed before their raw equipments, scenes, and says afflicted its memoried face, that had seen every larger phase of human ways before these filled the place. To them that house's tale is theirs, no former voices call aloud therein. Its aspect bears their joys and cares alone, from wall to wall. A procession of dead days, I see the ghost of a perished day, I know his face, and the feel of his dawn. 'Twas he who took me far away to a spot strange and grey. Look at me, day, and then pass on, but come again, yes, come anon. Enters another into view. His features are not cold or white, but rosy as a vein seen through. Too soon he smiles adieu. Adieu, O ghost day of delight, but come and grace my dying sight. Enters the day that brought the kiss, he brought it in his foggy hand to where the mumbling river is, and the high clematis, it lent new color to the land, and all the boy within me manned. Ah, this one. Yes, I know his name, he is the day that wrought a shine even on a precinct common and tame, as 'twere of purposed aim. He shows him as a rainbow sign of promise made to me and mine. The next stands forth in his mourning clothes, and yet, despite their misty blue, they mark no somber custom growths that joyous living loathes, but a meteor act, that left in its queue a train of sparks my lifetime through. I almost tremble at his nod, this next in train, who looks at me as I were slave, and he were God wielding an iron rod. I close my eyes, yet still is he in front there, looking mastery. In the similitude of a nurse the phantom of the next one comes. I did not know what better or worse chancings might bless or curse when his original glossed the thrums of ivy, bringing that which numbs. Yes, trees were turning in their sleep upon their windy pillows of grey when he stole in. Silent his creep on the grassed eastern steep. I shall not soon forget that day, and what his third hour took away. He follows himself in a heavy time. I dogged myself along a lowering way, till my leading self to my following self said, "Why do you hang on me so harassingly? I have watched you, heart of mine," I cried, "so often going astray and leaving me, that I have pursued, feeling such truancy ought not to be." He said no more, and I dogged him on from noon to the dun of day by prowling paths, until anew he begged, "Please turn and flee, what do you see?" "Methinks I see a man," said I, dimming his hours to grey. "I will not leave him while I know part of myself is he who dreams such dree." "I go to my old friend's house," he urged, "so do not watch me, pray." "Well, I will leave you in peace," said I, "though of this poignancy you should fight free. Your friend, O other me, is dead, you know not what you say." "That do I." And at his green grassed door by night's bright galaxy I bend a knee. The yew plumes moved like mockers' beards, though only boughs were they, and I seemed to go, yet still was there, and their haunt with us bootlessly. The singing woman, there was a singing woman, came riding across the mead at the time of the mild May weather, tameless, tireless. This song she sung, "I am fair, I am young." And many turned to heed. And the same singing woman sat crooning in her need at the time of the winter weather, friendless, fireless. She sang this song, "Life, thou art too long." And there was none to heed. Without, not within her, it was what you bore with you, woman, not inly were, that throned you from all else human, however fair. It was that strange freshness you carried into a soul whereon no thought of yours tarried 2 moments at all. And out from his spirit flew death, and bale, and ban, like the corn chaff under the breath of the winnowing fan. "Oh, I won't lead a homely life, to an old heir. Oh, I won't lead a homely life as father's Jack and mother's Jill, but I will be a fiddler's wife, with music mine at will. Just a little tune, another one soon, as I merrily fling my fill." And she became a fiddler's dear, and merry all day she strove to be, and he played and played afar and near, but never at home played he any little tune or late or soon, and sunk and sad was she. In the small hours I lay in my bed and fiddled with a dreamland viol and bow, and the tunes flew back to my fingers I had melodied years ago. It was 2 or 3 in the morning when I fancy fiddled so long reels and country dances, and hornpipes swift and slow. And soon anon came crossing the chamber in the grey figures of jigging fielfolk, saviours of corn and hay, to the air of haste to the wedding as after a wedding day, yea, up and down the middle in windless whirls went they. There danced the bride and bridegroom, and couples in a train, gay partners time and travail had long whiles still amain. It seemed a thing for weeping to find, at slumber's wane and morning's sly in creeping, that now, not then, held reign. The little old table creak, little wood thing, creak, when I touch you with elbow or knee, that is the way you speak of one who gave you to me. You, little table, she brought me with her own hand, as she looked at me with a thought that I did not understand. Whoever owns it anon, and hears it, will never know what a history hangs upon this creek from long ago. Vag Hollow is a marshy spot on the old Roman road near Ilchester, where things are seen. Merchandise was formerly fetched inland from the canal boats at Loadbridge by wagons this way. What do you see in Vag Hollow, little boy, when you go in the morning at 5 on your lonely drive? I see men's souls, who follow till we've passed where the road lies low, when they vanish at our creaking. They are like white faces speaking beside and behind the wagon, one just as father's was when here. The wagoner drinks from his flagon, or he'd flinch when the hollow is near, but he does not give me any. Sometimes the faces are many, but I walk along by the horses, he asleep on the straw as we jog, and I hear the loud water courses, and the drops from the trees in the fog, and watch till the day is breaking. And the wind out by Tintin Hull waking, I hear in it father's call as he called when I saw him dying, and he sat by the fire last fall, and mother stood by sighing, but I'm not afraid at all. The dream is, which I am laughing by the brook with her, splashed in its tumbling stir, and then it is a blankness looms as if I walked not there, nor she, but found me in haggard rooms, and treading a lonely stair. With radiant cheeks and rapid eyes we sit where none espies, till a harsh change comes edging in as no such scene were there, but winter, and I were bent and thin, and cinder grey my hair. We dance in haze around the hall, weightless as thistleball, and then a curtain drops between, as if I danced not there, but wandered through a mount green to find her, I knew where. March 1913. The Country Wedding, a fiddler's story. Little fogs were gathered in every hollow, but the purple hillocks enjoyed fine weather as we marched with our fiddles over the heather. How it comes back to their wedding that day. Our getting there brought our neighbors and all, oh, till 2 and 2, the couples stood ready. And her father said, "Souls, for God's sake, be steady." And we strung up our fiddles, and sounded out a. The groomsman he stared, and said, "You must follow." But we'd gone to fiddle in front of the party, our feelings as friends being true and hearty, and fiddle in front we did, all the way. Yes, from their door by Milltail Shallow, and up Styles Lane, and by Front Street houses, where stood maids, bachelors, and spouses, who cheered the songs that we knew how to play. I bowed the treble before her father, Michael the tenor in front of the lady, the bass viol Eub, and right well played he, the serpent Jim, to church and back. I thought the bridegroom was flurried rather, as we kept up the tune outside the chancel, while they were swearing things none can cancel inside the walls to our drumsticks whack. Too gay, she pleaded. Clouds may gather, and sorrow come. But she gave in, laughing, and by supper time when we'd got to the quaffing her fears were forgot, and her smiles weren't slack. A grand wedding 'twas. And what would follow we never thought. Or that we should have buried her on the same day with the man that married her, a day like the first, half hazy, half clear. Yes, little fogs were in every hollow, though the purple hillocks enjoyed fine weather, when we went to play to church together, and carried there in an after year. First or last, song, If grief come early, joy comes late. If joy come early, grief will wait. My dear and tender. Wise ones joy them early while the cheeks are red, banish grief till surly time has dulled their dread. And joy being ours ere youth has flown, the later hours may find us gone. My dear and tender. Lonely days, lonely her fate was, environed from sight in the house where the gate was passed, finding at night none there to share it, no one to tell, long she'd to bear it, and bore it well. Elsewhere just so she spent many a day, wishing to go she continued to stay. And people without basked warm in the air, but none sought her out, or knew she was there. Even birthdays were passed so, sunny and shady, years did it last so for this sad lady. Never declaring it, no one to tell, still she kept bearing it, bore it well. The days grew chillier, and then she went to a city, familiar in years forespent, when she walked gaily far to and fro, but now, moving frailly, could nowhere go. The cheerful colour of houses she'd known had died to a duller and dingier tone. Streets were now noisy where once had rolled a few quiet coaches, or citizens strolled. Through the party wall of the memoried spot they danced at a ball who recalled her not. Tram lines lay crossing once gravelled slopes, metal rods clanked, and electric ropes. So she endured it all, thinner wrought, until time cured it all, and she knew naught. Versified from a diary. What did it mean? What did it mean that noontide, when you bade me pluck the flower within the other woman's bower, whom I knew naught of then? I thought the flower blushed deeplier, and as I drew its stalk to me it seemed to breathe, I see, made use of in a human play. And while I plucked, up started sheer as phantom from the pane thereby a corpse-like countenance, with eye that iced me by its baleful peer, silent, as from a bier. When I came back your face had changed, it was no face for me, oh did it speak of hearts estranged, and deadly rivalry in times before I darked your door, to size me of mere second love, which still the haunting first deranged. At the dinner table I sat at dinner in my prime, and glimpsed my face in the sideboard glass, and started as if I had seen a crime, and prayed the ghastly show might pass. Wrenched wrinkled features met my sight, grinning back to me as my own, I well nigh fainted with affright at finding me a haggard crone. My husband laughed. He had slyly set a warping mirror there, in whim to startle me. My eyes grew wet, I spoke not all the eve to him. He was sorry, he said, for what he had done, and took away the distorting glass, uncovering the accustomed one, and so it ended. No, alas, 50 years later, when he died, I sat me in the self-same chair, thinking of him. Till, weary-eyed, I saw the sideboard facing there, and from its mirror looked the lean thing I'd become, each wrinkle and score the image of me that I had seen in jest there 50 years before. The marble tablet there it stands, though alas, what a little of her shows in its cold white look. Not her glance, glide, or smile, not a tittle of her voice like the pearl of a brook, not her thoughts, that you read like a book. It may stand for her once in November when first she breathed, witless of all, or in heavy years she would remember when circumstance held her in thrall, or at last, when she answered her call. Nothing more. The still marble, date graven, gives all that it can, tersely lined, that one has at length found the haven which every one other will find, with silence on what shone behind. St. Juliet, the 8th of September, 1916. The Master and the leaves we are budding, Master, budding, we of your favorite tree, March drought and April flooding arouse us merrily, our stemlets newly studding, and yet you do not see. Too we are fully woven for summer in stuff of limpest green, the twitterer and the hummer hear rest of nights, unseen, while like a long roll drummer the nightjar thrills the treen. 3 We are turning yellow, Master, and next we are turning red, and faster then and faster shall seek our rooty bed, all wasted in disaster. But you lift not your head. 4 I mark your early going, and that you'll soon be clay. I have seen your summer showing as in my youthful day, but why I seem unknowing is too sunken to say. 1917 Last words to a dumb friend pet was never mourned as you. Purr of the spotless hue, plumy tail, and wistful gaze while you humored our queer ways, or outshrilled your morning call up the stairs and through the hall, foot suspended in its fall, while, expectant, you would stand arched, to meet the stroking hand, till your way you chose to wend yonder, to your tragic end. Never another pet for me. Let your place all vacant be, better blankness day by day than companion torn away. Better bid his memory fade, better blot each mark he made, selfishly escape distress by contrived forgetfulness, than preserve his prints to make every morn and eve an ache. From the chair whereon he sat sweep his fur, nor wince thereat, rake his little pathways out mid the bushes round about, smooth away his talons mark from the claw-worn pine-tree bark, where he climbed as dusk embrowned, waiting us who loitered round. Strange it is this speechless thing, subject to our mastering, subject for his life and food to our gift, and time, and mood, timid pensioner of us powers, his existence ruled by ours, should, by crossing at a breath into safe and shielded death, by the merely taking hence of his insignificance, loom as large end to the sense, shape as part, above man's will, of the imperturbable. As a prisoner, flight debarred, exercising in a yard, still retain I, troubled, shaken, mean estate, by him forsaken, and this home, which scarcely took impress from his little look, by his faring to the dim grows all eloquent of him. Housemate, I can think you still bounding to the window-sill, over which I vaguely see your small mound beneath the tree, showing in the autumn shade that you moulder where you played. The 2nd of October, 1904. A drizzling Easter morning and he is risen. Well, be it so. And still the pensive lands complain, and dead men wait as long ago, as if, much doubting, they would know what they are ransomed from, before they pass again their sheltering door. I stand amid them in the rain, while blusters vex the ewe and vane, and on the road the weary wain plods forward, laden heavily, and toilers with their aches are fain for endless rest, the risen is he. On one who lived and died where he was born, when a night in November blew forth its bleared airs, an infant descended his birth chamber stairs for the very first time, at the still, midnight chime, all unapprehended his mission, his aim. Thus, first, one November, an infant descended the stairs. On a night in November of weariful cares, a frail aged figure ascended those stairs for the very last time, all gone his life's prime, all vanished his vigor, and fine, forceful frame. Thus, last, one November ascended that figure upstairs. On those nights in November, apart 80 years, the babe and the bent one who traversed those stairs from the early first time to the last feeble climb, that fresh and that spent one, were even the same, yet, who passed in November as infant, as bent one, those stairs. Wise child of November, from birth to blanched hairs descending, ascending, wealth wantless, those stairs, who saw quick in time as a vain pantomime life's tending, its ending, the worth of its fame. Wise child of November, descending, ascending those stairs. The second night, ballad, I missed one night, but the next I went, it was gusty above, and clear, she was there, with the look of one ill content, and said, do not come near. I am sorry last night to have failed you here, and now I have travelled all day, and it's long rowing back to the West Ho pier, so brief must be my stay. O man of mystery, why not say out plain to me all you mean? Why you missed last night, and must now away is, another has come between. O woman so mocking in mood and mien, so be it. I replied, and if I am due at a differing scene before the dark has died, 'tis that, unresting, to wander wide has ever been my plight, and at least I have met you at Cromwell side, if not last eve, tonight. You get small rest, that read I quite, and so do I, maybe, though there's a rest hid safe from sight elsewhere awaiting me. A mad star crossed the sky to the sea, wasting in sparks as it streamed, and when I looked to where stood she had changed, much changed, it seemed. The sparks of the star in her pupils gleamed, she was vague as a vapor now, and ere of its meaning I had dreamed she'd vanished, I knew not how. I stood on, long, each cliff-top bough, like a cynic nodding there, moved up and down, though no man's brow but mine met the wayward air. Still stood I, wholly unaware of what had come to pass, or had brought the secret of my new fair to my old love, alas! I went down then by crag and grass to the boat wherein I had come. Said the man with the oars, this news of the lass of Egcumbe is sharp for some. Yes, found this daybreak, stiff and numb on the shore here, whither she'd sped to meet her lover last night in the glum, and he came not, 'tis said. And she leapt down, heart hit. Pity she's dead, so much for the faithful bent. I looked, and again a star overhead shot through the firmament. She who saw not, did you see something within the house that made me call you before the red sun setting? Something that all this common scene endows with a retained impress there can be no forgetting. I have found nothing to see therein, O sage, that should have made you urge me to enter. Nothing to fire the soul, or the sense to win, I rate you as a rare misrepresenter. Go anew, lady, in by the right. Well, why does your face not shine like the face of Moses? I found no moving thing there save the light and shadow flung on the wall by the outside roses. Go yet once more, pray. Look on a seat. I go. O sage, it's only a man that sits there with eyes on the sun. Mute, average head to feet. No more. No more. Just one the place befits there, as the rays reach in through the open door, and he looks at his hand, and the sun glows through his fingers, while he's thinking thoughts whose tenor is no more to me than the swaying rose tree shade that lingers. No more. And years drew on and on till no sun came, dank fogs the house enfolding, and she saw inside, when the form in the flesh had gone, as a vision what she had missed when the real beholding. The old workman, why are you so bent down before your time, old mason? Many have not left their prime so far behind at your age, and can still stand full upright at will. He pointed to the mansion front hard by, and to the stones of the quoin against the sky, those upper blocks he said, that there you see, it was that ruined me. There stood in the air up to the parapet crowning the corner height, the stones as set by him, ashlar whereon the gales might drum for centuries to come. I carried them up, he said, by a ladder there, the last was as big a load as I could bear, but on I heaved, and something in my back moved, as 'twere with a crack. So I got crooked. I never lost that sprain, and those who live there, walled from wind and rain by freestone that I lifted, do not know that my life's ache came so. They don't know me, or even know my name, but good I think it, somehow, all the same to have kept 'em safe from harm, and right and tight, though it has broke me quite. Yes, that I fixed it firm up there I am proud, facing the hail and snow and sun and cloud, and to stand storms for ages, beating round when I lie underground. The sailor's mother, oh whence do you come, figure in the night fog that chills me numb? I come to you across from my house up there, and I don't mind the brine mist clinging to me that blows from the quay, for I heard him in my chamber, and thought you unaware. But what did you hear, that brought you blindly knocking in this middle watch so drear? My sailor son's voice as 'twere calling at your door, and I don't mind my bare feet clammy on the stones, and the blight to my bones, for he only knows of this house I lived in before. Nobody's nigh, woman like a skeleton, with socket sunk eye. Ah, nobody's nigh. And my life is drearisome, and this is the old home we loved in many a day before he went away, and the salt fog mops me. And nobody's come from to please his wife. Outside the casement, a reminiscence of the war, we sat in the room and praised her whom we saw in the portico shade outside. She could not hear what was said of her, but smiled, for its purport we did not hide. Then in was brought that message, fraught with evil fortune for her out there, whom we loved that day more than any could say, and would fain have fenced from a waft of care. And the question pressed like lead on each breast, should we cloak the tidings, or call her and tell? It was too intense a choice for our sense, as we pondered and watched her we loved so well. Yet, spirit failed us at what assailed us, how long, while seeing what soon must come, should we counterfeit no knowledge of it, and stay the stroke that would blanch and numb. And thus, before forevermore joy left her, we practiced to beguile her innocence when she now and again looked in, and smiled us another smile. The passerby, LH recalls her romance. He used to pass, well trimmed and brushed, my window every day, and when I smiled on him he blushed, that youth, quite as a girl might, in the shyest way. Thus often did he pass hereby, that youth of bounding gait, until the one who blushed was I, and he became, as here I sate, my joy, my fate. And now he passes by no more, that youth I loved too true. I grieve should he, as here of yore, pass elsewhere, seated in his view, some maiden new. If such should be, alas for her! He'll make her feel him dear, become her daily comforter, then tire him of her beauteous gear, and disappear. I was the midmost of my world when first I frisked me free, for though within its circuit gleamed but a small company, and I was immature, they seemed to bend their looks on me. She was the midmost of my world when I went further forth, and hence it was that, whether I turned to south, east, west, or north, beams of an all-day polestar burned from that new axe of earth. Where now is midmost in my world? I trace it not at all, no midmost shows it here, or there, when wistful voices call we are fain. We are fain, from everywhere on earth's bewildering ball. A sound in the night, Woodsford Castle, 17. What do I catch upon the night wind, husband? What is it sounds in this house so eerily? It seems to be a woman's voice, each little while I hear it, and it much troubles me. 'Tis but the eaves dripping down upon the plinth slopes, letting fancies worry thee, sure 'tis a foolish thing, when we were only coupled half an hour before the noontide, and now it's but evening. Yet seems it still a woman's voice outside the castle, husband, and 'tis cold tonight, and rain beats, and this is a lonely place. Didst thou fathom much of womankind in travel or adventure ere ever thou sawest my face? It may be a tree, bride, that rubs his arms acrosswise, if it is not the eaves drip upon the lower slopes, or the river at the bend, where it whirls about the hatches like a creature that sighs and mopes. Yet it still seems to me like the crying of a woman, and it saddens me much that so piteous a sound on this my bridal night when I would get agone from sorrow should so ghost-like wander round. To satisfy thee, love, I will strike the flint and steel, then, and set the rush candle up, and undo the door, and take the new horn lantern that we bought upon our journey, and throw the light over the moor. He struck a light, and breached and booted in the further chamber, and lit the new horn lantern and went from her sight, and vanished down the turret, and she heard him pass the postern, and go out into the night. She listened as she lay, till she heard his step returning, and his voice as he unclothed him. 'Twas nothing, as I said, but the nor'west wind blowing from the moor athwart the river, and the tree that taps the Gurgoyle head. Nay, husband, you perplex me, for if the noise I heard here, awaking me from sleep so, were but as you avow, the rain fall, and the wind, and the tree bough, and the river, why is it silent now? And why is thy hand and thy clasping arm so shaking, and thy sleeve and tags of hair so muddy and so wet, and why feel I thy heart a-thumping every time thou kissest me, and thy breath as if hard to get? He lay there in silence for a while, still quickly breathing, then started up and walked about the room resentfully. O woman, whom I, in sooth, against my will have wedded, why castedst thou thy spells on me? There was one I loved once, the cry you heard was her cry, she came to me tonight, and her plight was passing sore, as no woman. Yea, and it was e'en the cry you heard, wife, but she will cry no more. And now I can't abide thee, this place, it hath a curse on't, this farmstead once a castle, I'll get me straight away. He dressed this time in darkness, unspeaking, as she listened, and went ere the dawn turned day. They found a woman's body at a spot called Rocky Shallow, where the Frome stream curves amid the moorland, washed aground, and they searched about for him, the yeoman, who had darkly known her, but he could not be found. And the bride left for good, and all the farmstead once a castle, and in a county far away lives, mourns, and sleeps alone, and thinks in windy weather that she hears a woman crying, and sometimes an infant's moan. On a discovered curl of hair when your soft welcomings were said, this curl was waving on your head, and when we walked where breakers dinned it sported in the sun and wind, and when I had won your words of grace it brushed and clung about my face. Then, to abate the misery of absentness, you gave it me. Where are its fellows now? Ah, they for brightest brown have donned a grey, and gone into a cavern dark, ever unopened, always dark. Yet this one curl, untouched of time, beams with live brown as in its prime, so that it seems I even could now restore it to the living brow by bearing down the western road till I had reached your old abode. February 1913. An old likeness, recalling Artie. Who would have thought that, not having missed her talks, tears, laughter in absence, or sought to recall for so long her gamut of song, or ever to waft her signal of aught that she, fancy-fanned, would well understand, I should have kissed her picture when scanned yawning years after. Yet, seeing her poor dim outlined form chance-wise at night time, some old allure came on me, warm, fresh, pleadful, pure, as in that bright time at a far season of love and unreason, and took me by storm here in this blight time. And thus it arose that, yawning years after our early flows of wit and laughter, and framing of rhymes at idle times, at sight of her painting, though she lies cold in churchyard mould, I took its fainting as real, and kissed it, as if I had wist it herself of old. Her apotheosis secretum meum mei, faded woman's song, there was a spell of leisure, no record vouches when, with honours, praises, pleasure to womankind from men. But no such allures bewitched me, no hand was stretched to raise, no gracious gifts enriched me, no voices sang my praise. Yet an iris at that season amid the accustomed slight from denseness, dull unreason, ringed me with living light. Sacred to the memory, Mary H. That sacred to the memory is clearly carven there I own, and all may think that on the stone the words have been inscribed by me in bare conventionality. They know not and will never know that my full script is not confined to that stone space, but stands deep-lined upon the landscape high and low wherein she made such worthy show. To a well-named dwelling glad old house of lichened stonework, what I owed you in my lone work, noon and night. Whensoever faint or ailing, letting go my grasp and failing, you lent light. How by that fair title came you? Did some forward eye so name you, knowing that one, sauntering down his century blindly, would remark your sound, so kindly, and be won? Smile in sunlight, sleep in moonlight, bask in April, May, and June light, zephyr fanned, let your chambers show no sorrow, blanching day, or stuporing morrow, while they stand. The whipper in my father was the whipper in, is still, if I'm not misled. And now I see, where the hedge is thin, a little spot of red, surely it is my father going to the kennel shed. I cursed and fought my father, and sailed to a foreign land, and feeling sorry, I'm back, to stay, please God, as his helping hand. Surely it is my father near where the kennels stand. True. Whipper in he used to be for 20 years or more, and you did go away to sea as youths have done before. Yes, oddly enough that red there is the very coat he wore. But he's dead, was thrown somehow, and gave his back a crick, and though that is his coat, 'tis now the scarecrow of a rick, you'll see when you get nearer, 'tis spread out on a stick. You see, when all had settled down your mother's things were sold, and she went back to her own town, and the coat, et out with mold, is now used by the farmer for scaring, as 'tis old. A military appointment, scherzando, so back you have come from the town, Nan, dear. And have you seen him there, or near, that soldier of mine, who long since promised to meet me here? Oh yes, Nell, from the town I come, and have seen your lover on sick leave home, that soldier of yours, who swore to meet you, or strike him dumb, but has kept himself of late away, yet, in short, he's coming, I heard him say, that lover of yours, to this very spot on this very day. Then I'll wait, through wet or dry. I'll give him a goblet brimming high, this lover of mine, and not of complaint one word or sigh. Nell, him I have chanced so much to see, that he has grown the lover of me, that lover of yours, and it's here our meeting is planned to be. The milestone by the rabbit burrow, on Yelham Hill, in my loamy nook as I dig my hole I observe men look at a stone, and sigh as they pass it by to some far goal. Something it says to their glancing eyes that must distress the frail and lame, and the strong of frame gladden or surprise. Do signs on its face declare how far feet have to trace before they gain some blessed champaign where no gins are? The lament of the looking-glass words from the mirror softly pass to the curtains with a sigh. Why should I trouble again to glass these smileless things hard by, since she I pleasured once, alas, is now no longer nigh? I've imaged shadows of coursing cloud, and of the plying limb on the pensive pine when the air is loud with its aerial hymn, but never do they make me proud to catch them within my rim. I flash back phantoms of the night that sometimes flit by me, I echo roses red and white, the loveliest blooms that be, but now I never hold to sight so sweet a flower as she. Cross currents they parted, a pallid, trembling eye pair, and rushing down the lane he left her lonely near me there. I asked her of their pain. It is forever at length, she said, his friends have schemed it so, that the long-purposed day to wed never shall we two know. In such a cruel case, said I, love will contrive a course. Well, no. A thing may underlie, which robs that of its force, a thing I could not tell him of, though all the year I have tried, this, never could I have given him love, even had I been his bride. So, when his kinsfolk stop the way point blank, there could not be a happening in the world today more opportune for me. Yet here, no doubt to your surprise, I am sorry, for his sake, that I have escaped the sacrifice I was prepared to make. The old neighbor and the new 'twas to greet the new rector I called I here, but in the armchair I see my old friend, for long years installed here, who palely nods to me. The new man explains what he's planning in a smart and cheerful tone, and I listen, the while that I'm scanning the figure behind his own. The newcomer urges things on me, I return a vague smile thereto, the olden face gazing upon me just as it used to do. And on leaving I scarcely remember which neighbor today I have seen, the one carried out in September, or him who but entered yestreen. The chosen a woman for whom great gods might strive. I said, and kissed her there, and then I thought of the other 5, and of how charms outwear. I thought of the first with her eating eyes, and I thought of the second with hers, green-grey, and I thought of the third, experienced, wise, and I thought of the fourth who sang all day. And I thought of the fifth, whom I'd called a jade, and I thought of them all, tear-fraught, and that each had shown her a passable maid, yet not of the favor sought. So I traced these words on the bark of a beech, just at the falling of the mast, after scanning 5, yes, each and each, I've found the woman desired, at last. I feel a strange benumbing spell, as one ill-wished, said she. And soon it seemed that something fell was starving her love for me. I feel some curse. Oh, 5 were there. And wanly she swerved, and went away. I followed sick, night numbed the air, and dark the mournful moorland lay. I cried, oh darling, turn your head. But never her face I viewed, oh turn, again I said, and miserably pursued. At length I came to a Christ-cross stone which she had passed without discern, and I knelt upon the leaves there strown, and prayed aloud that she might turn. I rose, and looked, and turn she did. I cried, my heart revives. Look more, she said. I looked as bid, her face was all the 5's. All the 5 women, clear come back, I saw in her, with her maid one, the while she drooped upon the track, and her frail term seemed well nigh run. She'd half forgot me in her change. Who are you? Won't you say who you may be, you man so strange, following since yesterday? I took the composite form she was, and carried her to an arbor small, not passion moved, but even because in one I could atone to all. And there she lies, and there I tend, till my life's threads unwind, a various womanhood in blend, not one, but all combined. The inscription, a tale, Sir John was entombed, and the crypt was closed, and she, like a soul that could meet no more the sight of the sun, inclined her in weepings and prayings continually, as his widowed one. And to pleasure her in her sorrow, and fix his name as a memory time's fierce frost should never kill, she caused to be richly chased a brass to his fame, which should link them still, for she bonded her name with his own on the brazen page, as if dead and interred there with him, and cold, and numb, omitting the day of her dying and year of her age till her end should come winking smiley. And implored good people to pray of their charity for these twain souls, yet, she who did last remain foregoing heaven's bliss if ever with spouse should she again have lain. Even there, as it first was set, you may see it now, writ in quaint church text, with the date of her death left bare, in the aged Estminster aisle, where the folk yet bow themselves in prayer. Thereafter some years slid, till there came a day when it slowly began to be marked of the standers-by that she would regard the brass, and would bend away with a drooping sigh. Now the lady was fair as any the eye might scan through a summer day of roving, a type at whose lip despite her maturing seasons, no meet man would be loath to sip. And her heart was stirred with a lightning love to its pith for a newcomer who, while less in years, was one full eager and able to make her his own forthwith, restrained of none. But she answered nay, death white, and still as he urged she adversely spake, overmuch as she loved the while, till he pressed for why. And she led with the face of one scourged to the neighboring aisle, and showed him the words, ever gleaming upon her pew, memorizing her there as the knight's eternal wife, or falsing such, debarred inheritance due of celestial life. He blenched, and reproached her that one yet undeceased should bury her future, that future which none can spell. And she wept, and purposed anon to inquire of the priest if the price were hell of her wedding in face of the record. Her lover agreed, and they parted before the brass with a shudderful kiss, for it seemed to flash out on their impulse of passionate need, mock ye not this. Well, the priest, whom more perceptions moved than one, said she erred at the first to have written as if she were dead her name and adjuration, but since it was done naught could be said save that she must abide by the pledge, for the peace of her soul, and so, by her life, maintain the apostrophe good, if she wished anon to reach the coveted goal of beatitude. To erase from the consecrate text her prayer as their prayed would aver that, since earth's joys most drew her, past doubt, friends' prayers for her joy above by Jesu's aid could be done without. Moreover she thought of the laughter, the shrug, the gibe that would rise at her back in the nave when she should pass as another's avowed by the words she had chosen to inscribe on the changeless brass. And so for months she replied to her love, no, no, while sorrow was gnawing her beauties ever and more, till he, long-suffering and weary, grew to show less warmth than before. And, after an absence, wrote words absolute, that he gave her till midsummer morn to make her mind clear, and that if, by then, she had not said yet to his suit, he should wed elsewhere. Thence on, at unwonted times through the lengthening days she was seen in the church, at dawn, or when the sun dipped and the moon rose, standing with hands joined, blank of gaze, before the script. She thinned as he came not, shrank like a creature that cowers as summer drew nearer, but still had not promised to wed, when, just at the zenith of June, in the still night hours, she was missed from her bed. The church, they whispered with qualms, where often she sits. They found her, facing the brass there, else seeing none, but feeling the words with her finger, gibbering in fits, and she knew them not one. And so she remained, in her handmaid's charge, late, soon, tracing words in the air with her finger, as seen that night, those incised on the brass, till at length unwatched one noon, she vanished from sight. And, as tale-bearers tell, thence on to her last taken breath was unseen, save as wraith that in front of the brass made moan, so that ever the way of her life and the time of her death remained unknown. And hence, as indited above, you may read even now the quaint church text, with the date of her death left bare, in the aged Estminster aisle, where folk yet bow themselves in prayer. The 30th of October, 1907. The marble-streeted town. I reach the marble-street town, whose sound outbreathes its air of sharp sea salts. I see the movement up and down as when she was there. Ships of all countries come and go, the bandsmen boom in the sun-a-throbbing walls, the schoolgirls laugh along the Hoe as when she was one. I move away as the music rolls, the place seems not to mind that she, of old the brightest of its native souls, left it behind. Over this green a 4 days she on light treads went and came, yet, times untold, yet none here knows her history, has heard her name. Plymouth, 1914. A woman driving, how she held up the horses' heads, firm-lipped, with steady rein, down that grim steep the coastguard treads, till all was safe again. With form erect and keen contour she passed against the sea, and, dipping into the chines obscure, was seen no more by me. To others she appeared anew at times of dusky light, but always, so they told, withdrew from close and curious sight. Some said her silent wheels would roll rutless on softest loam, and even that her steed's footfall sank not upon the foam. Where drives she now? It may be where no mortal horses are, but in a chariot of the air towards some radiant star. A woman's trust, if he should live 1,000 years he'd find it not again, that scorn of him by men could less disturb a woman's trust in him as a steadfast star which must rise scatheless from the nether spheres. If he should live 1,000 years he'd find it not again. She waited like a little child, unchilled by damps of doubt, while from her eyes looked out a confidence sublime as springs when stressed by winter's loiterings. Thus, howsoever the wicked whiled, she waited like a little child unchilled by damps of doubt. Through cruel years and crueler thus she believed in him and his aurora, so dim, that, after fen weeds, flowers would blow, and above all things did she show her faith in his good faith with her. Through cruel years and crueler thus she believed in him. Best times we went a day's excursion to the stream, basked by the bank, and bent to the ripple gleam, and I did not know that life would show, however it might flower, no finer glow. I walked in the Sunday sunshine by the road that wound towards the wicket of your abode, and I did not think that life would shrink to nothing ere it shed a rosier pink. Unlooked for I arrived on a rainy night, and you hailed me at the door by the swaying light, and I full forgot that life might not again be touching that ecstatic height. And that calm eve when you walked up the stair, after a gaiety prolonged and rare, no thought soever that you might never walk down again, struck me as I stood there. Rewritten from an old draft. The casual acquaintance while he was here in breath and bone, to speak to and to see, would I had known, more clearly known, what that man did for me when the wind scraped a minor lay, and the spent west from white to grey turned tiredly, and from grey to broadest bands of night. But I saw not, and he saw not what shining life tides flowed to me ward from his casual jot of service on that road. He would have said, 'Twas nothing new, we all do what we can, 'twas only what one man would do for any other man. Now that I gauge his goodliness he's slipped from human eyes, and when he passed there's none can guess, or point out where he lies. Intra sepulchrum, what curious things we said, what curious things we did up there in the world we walked till dead our kith and kin amid. How we played at love, and its wildness, weakness, woe, yes, played there ate far more than enough as it turned out, I trow. Played at believing in gods and observing the ordinances, I for your sake in impossible codes right ready to acquiesce. Thinking our lives unique, quite quainter than usual kinds, we held that we could not abide a week the tether of typic minds. Yet people who day by day pass by and look at us from over the wall in a casual way are of this unconscious, and feel, if anything, that none can be buried here removed from commonest fashioning, or lending note to a bier, no twain who in heart heaves proved themselves at all adept, who more than many laughed and loved, who more than many wept, or were as sprites or elves into blind matter hurled, or ever could have been to themselves the centre of the world. The whitewashed wall, why does she turn in that shy soft way whenever she stirs the fire, and kiss to the chimney corner wall, as if entranced to admire its whitewashed bareness more than the sight of a rose in richest green? I have known her long, but this raptured rite I never before have seen. Well, once when her son cast his shadow there, a friend took a pencil and drew him upon that flame-lit wall. And the lines had a lifelike semblance to him. And there long stayed his familiar look, but one day, ere she knew, the whitener came to cleanse the nook, and covered the face from view. Yes, he said, my brush goes on with a rush, and the draught is buried under. When you have to whiten old cots and brighten, what else can you do, I wonder? But she knows he's there. And when she yearns for him, deep in the laboring night, she sees him as close at hand, and turns to him under his sheet of white. Just the same I sat. It all was past, hope never would hail again. Fair days had ceased at a blast, the world was a darkened den. The beauty and dream were gone, and the halo in which I had hight so gaily gallantly on had suffered blot and died. I went forth, heedless whither, in a cloud too black for name. People frisked hither and thither, the world was just the same. The last time the kiss had been given and taken, and gathered too many past, it never could reawaken, but you heard none say, it's the last. The clock showed the hour and the minute, but you did not turn and look, you read no fineness in it, as at closing of a book. But you read it all too rightly when, at a time anon, a figure lay stretched out whitely, and you stood looking thereon. The 7 times the dark was thick. A boy he seemed at that time who trotted by me with uncertain air. I'll tell my tale, he murmured, for I fancy a friend goes there. Then thus he told. I reached, 'twas for the first time, a dwelling. Life was clogged in me with care, I thought not I should meet an isome maiden, but found one there. I entered on the precincts for the 2nd time, 'twas an adventure fit and fresh and fair. I slackened in my footsteps at the porchway, and found her there. I rose and travelled thither for the 3rd time, the hope hues growing gayer and yet gayer as I hastened round the boscage of the outskirts, and found her there. I journeyed to the place again the 4th time, the best and rarest visit of the rare, as it seemed to me, engrossed about these goings, and found her there. When I bent me to my pilgrimage the 5th time, soft thinking as I journeyed I would dare a certain word at token of good auspice, I found her there. That landscape did I traverse for the 6th time, and dreamed on what we purposed to prepare. I reached a tryst before my journey's end came, and found her there. I went again, long after, the 7th time. The look of things was sinister and bare as I caught no customed signal, heard no voice call, nor found her there. And now I gad the globe, day, night, and any time, to light upon her hiding unaware, and, maybe, I shall nigh me to some nymph niche, and find her there. But how, said I, has your so little lifetime given roomage for such loving, loss, despair? A boy so young. Forthwith I turned my lantern upon him there. His head was white. His small form, fine aforetime, was shrunken with old age and battering wear. An 80 years long plodder saw I pacing beside me there. The sun's last look on the country girl, M.H. The sun threw down a radiant spot on the face in the winding sheet, the face it had lit when a babe's in its cot, and the sun knew not, and the face knew not that soon they would no more meet. Now that the grave has shut its door, and lets not in one ray, do they wonder that they meet no more, that face and its beaming visitor, that met so many a day. December 1915. In a London flat you look like a widower, she said through the folding doors with a laugh from the bed, as he sat by the fire in the outer room, reading late on a night of gloom, and a cab-hack's wheeze, and the clap of its feet in its breathless pace on the smooth wet street, were all that came to them now and then. You really do, she quizzed again. Too, and the spirits behind the curtains heard, and also laughed, amused at her word, and at her light-hearted view of him. Let's get him made so, just for a whim, said the phantom ironic. 'Twould serve her right if we coaxed the will to do it some night. Oh, pray not, pleaded the younger one, the sprite of the pities. She said it in fun. 3 But so it befell, whatever the cause, that what she had called him he next year was, and on such a night, when she lay elsewhere, he, watched by those phantoms, again sat there, and gazed, as if gazing on far faint shores, at the empty bed through the folding doors as he remembered her words, and wept that she had forgotten them where she slept. Drawing details in an old church I hear the bell rope soaring, and the oil-less axle grind, as I sit alone here drawing what some Gothic brain designed, and I catch the toll that follows from the lagging bell, ere it spreads to hills and hollows where the parish people dwell. I ask not whom it tolls for, incurious who he be, so, some morrow, when those knolls for one unguessed, sound out for me, a stranger, loitering under in nave or choir, may think, to whose, I wonder, but care not to inquire. Rachel muses yes, since she knows not need, nor walks in blindness, I may without unkindness a true thing tell, which would be truth, indeed, though worse in speaking, were her poor footsteps seeking a pauper's cell. I judge, then, better far she now have sorrow, than gladness that tomorrow might know its knell. It may be men there are could make of union a lifelong sweet communion, a passioned spell, but I, to save her name and bring salvation by altar affirmation and bridal bell, I, by whose rash unshame these tears come to her, my faith would more undo her than my farewell. Chained to me, year by year my moody madness would wither her old gladness like famine fell. She'll take the ill that's near, and bear the blaming. 'Twill pass. Full soon her shaming they'll cease to yell. Our unborn, first her moan, will grow her guerdon, until from blot and burden a joyance swell, in that therein she'll own my good part wholly, my evil staining solely my own vile vel. Of the disgrace, may be he shunned to share it, being false they'll say. I'll bear it, time will dispel the calumny, and prove this much about me, that she lives best without me who would live well. That, this once, not self-love but good intention pleads that against convention we too rebel. For, is one moonlight dance, one midnight passion, a rock whereon to fashion life's citadel. Prove they their power to prance life's smiles together from upper slope to nether who trip an ell. Years hence, or now apace, may tongues be calling news of my further falling sinward pell-mell, then this great good will grace our life's division, she's saved from more misprision though I plumb hell. 189 The Colour. The following lines are partly made up, partly remembered from a Wessex folk rhyme, What shall I bring you? Please will white do best for your wearing the long day through? White is for weddings, 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 white is for weddings, and that won't do. What shall I bring you? Please will red do best for your wearing the long day through? Red is for soldiers, 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 red is for soldiers, and that won't do. What shall I bring you? Please will blue do best for your wearing the long day through? Blue is for sailors, 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 blue is for sailors, and that won't do. What shall I bring you? Please will green do best for your wearing the long day through? Green is for mayings, 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 green is for mayings, and that won't do. what shall I bring you then? Will black do best for your wearing the long day through? Black is for morning, 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 black is for morning, and black will do. Murmurs in the gloom, nocturne, I wayfared at the nadir of the sun where populations meet, though seen of none, and millions seemed to sigh around as though their haunts were nigh around, and unknown throngs to cry around of things late done. O seers, who well might high ensemble show, came throbbing past in plain song small and slow, leaders who lead us aimlessly, teachers who train us shamelessly, why let ye smoulder flamelessly the truths ye trow? Ye scribes, that urge the old medicament, whose fusty vials have long dried impotent, why prop ye meretricious things, denounce the sane as vicious things, and call outworn factitious things expedient? O dynasties that sway and shake us so, why rank your magnanimities so low that grace can smooth no waters yet, but breathing threats and slaughters yet ye grieve earth's sons and daughters yet as long ago? Live there no heedful ones of searching sight, whose accents might be oracles that smite to hinder those who frowardly conduct us, and untowardly, to lead the nations forwardly from gloom to light. The 22nd of September, 1899. Epitaph: I never cared for life, life cared for me, and hence I owed it some fidelity. It now says, cease. At length thou hast learnt to grind sufficient toll for an unwilling mind, and I dismiss thee, not without regard that thou didst ask no ill-advised reward, nor sought in me much more than thou couldst find. An ancient to ancients where once we danced, where once sang, gentlemen, the floors are sunken, cobwebs hang, and cracks creep, worms have fed upon the doors. Yet, sprightlier times were then than now, with harps and tabrets gone, gentlemen. Where once we rode, where once we sailed, gentlemen, and damsels took the tiller, veiled against too strong a stare, God wot their fancy, then or anyone. Upon that shore we are clean forgot, gentlemen. We have lost somewhat, afar and near, gentlemen. The thinning of our ranks each year affords a hint we are nigh undone, that we shall not be ever again the marked of many, loved of one, gentlemen. In dance the polka hit our wish, gentlemen, the paced quadrille, the spry Schottische, Sir Roger. And in opera spheres the girl, the famed Bohemian, and Trovatore held the ears, gentlemen. This season's paintings do not please, gentlemen, like Etty, Mulready, Maclise. Throbbing romance has waned and waned, no wizard wields the witching pen of Bulwer, Scott, Dumas, and Sand, gentlemen. The bower we shrined to Tennyson, gentlemen, is roof-wrecked, damps there drip upon sacked seats, the creeper nails are rust, the spider is sole denizen, even she who read those rhymes is dust, gentlemen. We who met sunrise sanguine-souled, gentlemen, are wearing weary. We are old, these younger press, we feel our rout is imminent to Ade's den, that evening's shades are stretching out, gentlemen. And yet, though ours be failing frames, gentlemen, so were some others' history names, who trode their track light-limbed and fast as these youth, and not alien from enterprise, to their long last, gentlemen. Sophocles, Plato, Socrates, gentlemen, Pythagoras, Thucydides, Herodotus, and Homer, yet, Clement, Augustine, Origen, burned brightlier towards their setting day, gentlemen. And ye, red-lipped and smooth-browed, list, gentlemen, much is there waits you we have missed, much lore we leave you worth the knowing, much, much has lain outside our ken, nay, rush not, time serves, we are going, gentlemen. After reading Psalms 6.xl, etc. Simple was I and was young, kept no gallant tryst, I, even from good words held my tongue, quoniam tu fecisti. Through my youth I stirred me not, high adventure missed I, left the shining shrines unsought, yet, me deduce isti. At my start by Helicon love lore little wist I, worldly less, but footed on, why? Me suscepisti. When I failed at fervid rhymes, shall I said, persist I? Dies, I would add at times, mere's posuisti. So I have fared through many suns, sadly little grist I bring my mill, or any one's, domin, to sisti. And at dead of night I call, though to prophets list I, which hath understood at all. Yet, cum elegisti. 187 Servu cogitavi vias mares. A cry from the green-grained sticks of the fire made me gaze where it seemed to be. 'Twas my own voice talking therefrom to me on how I had walked when my sun was higher, my heart in its arrogancy. You held not to whatsoever was true, said my own voice talking to me, whatsoever was just you were slack to see, kept not things lovely and pure in view, said my own voice talking to me. You slighted her that endureth all, said my own voice talking to me, vaunteth not, trusteth hopefully, that suffereth long and is kind withal, said my own voice talking to me. You taught not that which you set about, said my own voice talking to me, that the greatest of things is charity. And the sticks burned low, and the fire went out, and my voice ceased talking to me. Footnotes 46. Quadrilles danced early in the 19th century. 128. It was said her real name was Eve Trevelyan or Trevelyan, and that she was the handsome mother of 2 or 3 illegitimate children, circa 1784–95. ****** End of the Project Gutenberg ebook. Late lyrics and earlier, with many other verses. ****** Updated editions will replace the previous one, the old editions will be renamed. Creating the works from print editions not protected by U.S. copyright law means that no one owns a United States copyright in these works, so the Foundation, and you, can copy and distribute it in the United States without permission and without paying copyright royalties. Special rules, set forth in the general terms of use part of this license, apply to copying and distributing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol concept and trademark. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark, and may not be used if you charge for an ebook, except by following the terms of the trademark license, including paying royalties for use of the Project Gutenberg trademark. If you do not charge anything for copies of this ebook, complying with the trademark license is very easy. You may use this ebook for nearly any purpose, such as creation of derivative works, reports, performances and research. Project Gutenberg ebooks may be modified and printed and given away. You may do practically anything in the United States with ebooks not protected by U.S. copyright law. Redistribution is subject to the trademark license, especially commercial redistribution. Start. Full license. The full Project Gutenberg license. Please read this before you distribute or use this work to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol mission of promoting the free distribution of electronic works. By using or distributing this work, or any other work associated in any way with the phrase Project Gutenberg, you agree to comply with all the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license available with this file or online at www.gutenberg.org/license. Section 1. General Terms of Use and Redistributing Project Gutenberg Trademark Symbol Electronic Works 1.0. By reading or using any part of this Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work, you indicate that you have read, understand, agree to and accept all the terms of this license and intellectual property, trademark/copyright, agreement. If you do not agree to abide by all the terms of this agreement, you must cease using and return or destroy all copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works in your possession. If you paid a fee for obtaining a copy of or access to a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work and you do not agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement, you may obtain a refund from the person or entity to whom you paid the fee as set forth in paragraph 1.e.8. 1.b Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark. It may only be used on or associated in any way with an electronic work by people who agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement. There are a few things that you can do with most Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works even without complying with the full terms of this agreement. See paragraph 1.c below. There are a lot of things you can do with Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works if you follow the terms of this agreement and help preserve free future access to Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works. See paragraph 1.e below. 1.c. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the Foundation or PGLAF, owns a compilation copyright in the collection of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works. Nearly all the individual works in the collection are in the public domain in the United States. If an individual work is unprotected by copyright law in the United States and you are located in the United States, we do not claim a right to prevent you from copying, distributing, performing, displaying or creating derivative works based on the work as long as all references to Project Gutenberg are removed. Of course, we hope that you will support the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol mission of promoting free access to electronic works by freely sharing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works in compliance with the terms of this agreement for keeping the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol name associated with the work. You can easily comply with the terms of this agreement by keeping this work in the same format with its attached full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license when you share it without charge with others. 1.d. The copyright laws of the place where you are located also govern what you can do with this work. Copyright laws in most countries are in a constant state of change. If you are outside the United States, check the laws of your country in addition to the terms of this agreement before downloading, copying, displaying, performing, distributing or creating derivative works based on this work or any other Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work. The Foundation makes no representations concerning the copyright status of any work in any country other than the United States. 1.e. Unless you have removed all references to Project Gutenberg, 1.e.1. The following sentence, with active links to, or other immediate access to, the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license must appear prominently whenever any copy of a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work, any work on which the phrase Project Gutenberg appears, or with which the phrase Project Gutenberg is associated, is accessed, displayed, performed, viewed, copied or distributed. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. 1.e.2. If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work is derived from texts not protected by U.S. copyright law, does not contain a notice indicating that it is posted with permission of the copyright holder, the work can be copied and distributed to anyone in the United States without paying any fees or charges. If you are redistributing or providing access to a work with the phrase Project Gutenberg associated with or appearing on the work, you must comply either with the requirements of paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 or obtain permission for the use of the work and the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark as set forth in paragraphs 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.3. If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work is posted with the permission of the copyright holder, your use and distribution must comply with both paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 and any additional terms imposed by the copyright holder. Additional terms will be linked to the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license for all works posted with the permission of the copyright holder found at the beginning of this work. 1.e.4. Do not unlink or detach or remove the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license terms from this work, or any files containing a part of this work or any other work associated with Project Gutenberg trademark symbol. 1.e.5. Do not copy, display, perform, distribute or redistribute this electronic work, or any part of this electronic work, without prominently displaying the sentence set forth in paragraph 1.e.1 with active links or immediate access to the full terms of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license. 1.e.6. You may convert to and distribute this work in any binary, compressed, marked up, non-proprietary or proprietary form, including any word processing or hypertext form. However, if you provide access to or distribute copies of a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work in a format other than plain vanilla ASCII or other format used in the official version posted on the official Project Gutenberg trademark symbol website, www.gutenberg.org, you must, at no additional cost, fee or expense to the user, provide a copy, a means of exporting a copy, or a means of obtaining a copy upon request, of the work in its original plain vanilla ASCII or other form. Any alternate format must include the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license as specified in paragraph 1.e.1. 1.e.7. Do not charge a fee for access to, viewing, displaying, performing, copying or distributing any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works unless you comply with paragraph 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.8. You may charge a reasonable fee for copies of or providing access to or distributing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works provided that you pay a royalty fee of 20% of the gross profits you derive from the use of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works calculated using the method you already use to calculate your applicable taxes. The fee is owed to the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark, but he has agreed to donate royalties under this paragraph to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Royalty payments must be paid within 60 days following each date on which you prepare, or are legally required to prepare, your periodic tax returns. Royalty payments should be clearly marked as such and sent to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation at the address specified in Section 4, Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. You provide a full refund of any money paid by a user who notifies you in writing, or by email, within 30 days of receipt that he does not agree to the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license. You must require such a user to return or destroy all copies of the works possessed in a physical medium and discontinue all use of and all access to other copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works. You provide, in accordance with paragraph 1.f.3, a full refund of any money paid for a work or a replacement copy, if a defect in the electronic work is discovered and reported to you within 90 days of receipt of the work. You comply with all other terms of this agreement for free distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works. 1.e.9. If you wish to charge a fee or distribute a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work or group of works on different terms than are set forth in this agreement, you must obtain permission in writing from the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the manager of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark. Contact the Foundation as set forth in Section 3 below. 1.f1.f.1 Project Gutenberg volunteers and employees expend considerable effort to identify, do copyright research on, transcribe and proofread works not protected by U.S. copyright law in creating the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol collection. Despite these efforts, Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works, and the medium on which they may be stored, may contain defects such as, but not limited to, incomplete, inaccurate or corrupt data, transcription errors, a copyright or other intellectual property infringement, a defective or damaged disk or other medium, a computer virus, or computer codes that damage or cannot be read by your equipment. 1.f.2 Limited warranty, disclaimer of damages, except for the right of replacement or refund described in paragraph 1.f.3, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark, and any other party distributing a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work under this agreement, disclaim all liability to you for damages, costs and expenses, including legal fees. You agree that you have no remedies for negligence, strict liability, breach of warranty or breach of contract except those provided in paragraph 1.f.3. You agree that the Foundation, the trademark owner, and any distributor under this agreement will not be liable to you for actual, direct, indirect, consequential, punitive or incidental damages even if you give notice of the possibility of such damage. 1.f.3 Limited right of replacement or refund. If you discover a defect in this electronic work within 90 days of receiving it, you can receive a refund of the money, if any, you paid for it by sending a written explanation to the person you received the work from. If you received the work on a physical medium, you must return the medium with your written explanation. The person or entity that provided you with the defective work may elect to provide a replacement copy in lieu of a refund. If you received the work electronically, the person or entity providing it to you may choose to give you a second opportunity to receive the work electronically in lieu of a refund. If the second copy is also defective, you may demand a refund in writing without further opportunities to fix the problem. 1.f.4 Except for the limited right of replacement or refund set forth in paragraph 1.f.3, this work is provided to you as is, with no other warranties of any kind, express or implied, including but not limited to warranties of merchantability or fitness for any purpose. 1.f.5 Some states do not allow disclaimers of certain implied warranties or the exclusion or limitation of certain types of damages. If any disclaimer or limitation set forth in this agreement violates the law of the state applicable to this agreement, the agreement shall be interpreted to make the maximum disclaimer or limitation permitted by the applicable state law. The invalidity or unenforceability of any provision of this agreement shall not void the remaining provisions. 1.f.6 Indemnity. You agree to indemnify and hold the Foundation, the trademark owner, any agent or employee of the Foundation, anyone providing copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works in accordance with this agreement, and any volunteers associated with the production, promotion and distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works, harmless from all liability, costs and expenses, including legal fees, that arise directly or indirectly from any of the following which you do or cause to occur. A. Distribution of this or any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work. B. Alteration, modification, or additions or deletions to any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work, and C. Any defect you cause. Section 2. Information about the mission of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol is synonymous with the free distribution of electronic works in formats readable by the widest variety of computers, including obsolete, old, middle-aged and new computers. It exists because of the efforts of hundreds of volunteers and donations from people in all walks of life. Volunteers and financial support to provide volunteers with the assistance they need are critical to reaching Project Gutenberg trademark symbol's goals and ensuring that the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol collection will remain freely available for generations to come. In 2001, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation was created to provide a secure and permanent future for Project Gutenberg trademark symbol and future generations. To learn more about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation and how your efforts and donations can help, see sections 3 and 4 and the Foundation information page at www.gutenberg.org. Section 3. Information about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation is a non-profit 501(c)(3) educational corporation organized under the laws of the state of Mississippi and granted tax-exempt status by the Internal Revenue Service. The Foundation's IN or Federal Tax Identification Number is 64-6221541. Contributions to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation are tax-deductible to the full extent permitted by U.S. federal laws and your state's laws. The Foundation's business office is located at 809 North 1500 West, Salt Lake City, UT 84116, 801-596-1887. Email contact links and up-to-date contact information can be found at the Foundation's website and official page at www.gutenberg.org/contact section 4. Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol depends upon and cannot survive without widespread public support and donations to carry out its mission of increasing the number of public domain and licensed works that can be freely distributed in machine-readable form accessible by the widest array of equipment, including outdated equipment. Many small donations, $1 to $5,000, are particularly important to maintaining tax-exempt status with the IRS. The Foundation is committed to complying with the laws regulating charities and charitable donations in all 50 states of the United States. Compliance requirements are not uniform and it takes a considerable effort, much paperwork and many fees to meet and keep up with these requirements. We do not solicit donations in locations where we have not received written confirmation of compliance. To send donations or determine the status of compliance for any particular state, visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. While we cannot and do not solicit contributions from states where we have not met the solicitation requirements, we know of no prohibition against accepting unsolicited donations from donors in such states who approach us with offers to donate. International donations are gratefully accepted, but we cannot make any statements concerning tax treatment of donations received from outside the United States. U.S. laws alone swamp our small staff. Please check the Project Gutenberg web pages for current donation methods and addresses. Donations are accepted in a number of other ways, including checks, online payments and credit card donations. To donate, please visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. Section 5. General information about Project Gutenberg Trademark Symbol Electronic Works. Professor Michael S. Hart was the originator of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol concept of a library of electronic works that could be freely shared with anyone. For 40 years, he produced and distributed Project Gutenberg trademark symbol ebooks with only a loose network of volunteer support. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol ebooks are often created from several printed editions, all of which are confirmed as not protected by copyright in the US unless a copyright notice is included. Thus, we do not necessarily keep ebooks in compliance with any particular paper edition. Most people start at our website, which has the main PG search facility, www.gutenberg.org. This website includes information about Project Gutenberg trademark symbol, including how to make donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, how to help produce our new ebooks, and how to subscribe to our email newsletter to hear about new ebooks.